Let's do it a little more creepy like. Ooh, ooh, ℙ𝕒𝕙𝕒𝕟𝕟𝕖 flavor's fruitiest, juiciest, and manliest femboy VTuber, Juwun at your service, and welcome to our horror story reading stream. Hello, Random Prayer. Hello, Nimby, the Deadly Natter. For once, I can't yell at Juwun for being late. I know, right? I was actually early this time. Alright, I have already picked a story that we can start reading with. And that story comes from Reddit. Yes. From the Reddit. There should be a space. There. Maybe we should make it smaller. Alright, that's what we're gonna read. I know I did say that we were gonna read, or that we were gonna maybe do some voice chat or something like that, but I had no chance to set that up. And there is probably no way to what do you call this? Filter is not the exact word that I'm looking for, but more like properly I don't know what words I'm supposed to say. Properly vet. Is that the word? The people who were to go in voice chat. So we will just be reading horror stories. And if anyone has any suggestions... Whoa, why am I going like opposite directions here? If anyone has any suggestions, just let me know, okay? In the comment section, if you have a link to the story on Discord, that can work too. Hello, Mateo. Hello. Welcome to the horror stream. If you can send me a story that will really creep me out, I will really appreciate it. All right, we're well hydrated now. I don't know the legality of reading stories off no sleep. But we are reading stories off no sleep, and this is one of the stories that just popped up. Well, it's actually an older story. I looked through the catalog or whatever for older stories, and this one is from 9 years ago. This one is entitled "I'm a Police Officer and I'm Scared" by Kane David. All right, let's go. Hello, Rexus. Handa Cardor. Okay, let me look that up. Mandor. Okay, why don't we read that first? Is this the 4chan post? It looks like a screenshot from 4chan. Is this one it? All right, we can read this first. It's pretty short, so this should be a quick read. It's kind of funny when these 4chan posts are reposted on Reddit. Oh, it's not? Which one is it then? ℙ𝕒𝕗𝓵. I don't know. The thing that's popping up is the hook. Reddit repost 4chan posts because you're not allowed to have an opinion on Reddit. Wait, Mandor ℙ𝕒𝕗𝓵. Is this it? Might as well share my screen. Is this it? It wasn't a serious suggestion. Okay. Is this scary though? We'll read it. As long as it's not yab. Hello Ken7. There's some good cake creepypasta. Let me fish them up. Sure. Okay, I can already tell the writing is not good. It does look like some sort of a troll post. Okay. Man and girl go out to drive under moonlight. They stop at a side of road. He turned to girl and say, "Baby, I love you very much." "What is it, honey?" "Our car is broken down. I think the engine is broken. I'll walk and get some more fuel." "Okay, I'll stay here and look after our stereo. There have been news report of stereos being stolen." "Good idea. Keep the door locked no matter what. I love you, sweaty." So the guy left to get full for the car. After 2 hours, the girls say, "Where is my baby? He was supposed to be back by now." Then the girl hear a scratching sound and the voice say, "Let me in." The girl doesn't do it, and then after a while, she goes to sleep. The next morning, she wakes up and finds her boyfriend still not there. She gets out to check, and Mandor and car door. I have no idea what I was expecting here. This reminds me of the Ghost Puncher. Let me see if I can find the Ghost Puncher. Alright, I found the Ghost Puncher. Oh, it's really hot. I'm gonna have to turn on the fan. Let me know if the fan sounds get too loud. Okay. This is the Ghost Puncher. You know, speaking of green text, I think the funniest memes come from Fit. I don't know about you guys, but Fit just has the funniest memes for some reason. I used to lurk around Fit for a while. But bro, they have the funniest memes. I believe this is a Fit. I believe this is a Fit green text. Let me update her. What's Fit? I don't know. I'm not even sure what's Fit. What is Fit? Fit is a state of mind. Oh, that Fit, yeah. /fit. /fit. Fit is very funny. Very straight too. Fit is probably the gayest board in all of 4chan. And I think that's the meme. Fit is even gayer than LGBT or something like that. Okay, I think this is a Fit green text. Should I share? Oh, let me just share it. Where did it go? It just disappeared. I can't grab it anymore. There. You can't even see it. Never mind. Who needs it? You can't even... It can't fit. Juwun's the gayest in flavor. That is debatable. We literally have a flavor member named ℂ𝕙𝕒𝕟𝕟𝕼. Which is more gay? Being gay or... Ooh. You tell me. I don't know. Ooh might even be gayer. Alright. This is Ghost Puncher. By the way, I'm surprised my face tracking is pretty good. I have the room darkened, so I am in darkness right now. My camera does have a little light, so it should be able to track my face. But I'm trying to set the mood here. Okay, let's go. Ghost Puncher. Don't know if this goes on Fit or X. Well, here's the story. It's effing long, but bear with me. Friend, not in the story, tells about a place to get palm readings. Lifting Buddy and I go to get palms read. Show up to this shady-ass place at 10 in the morning wearing our workout gear. Ghost bitches already miring. Stereotypical, scraggly gypsy woman shakes her hand and seats us at the table with a crystal ball. Asks who wants to go first. Hispanic heritage kicks in, and I nope at the last minute. Friend chads up to the plate. Woman grabs his hand. He flexes slightly. Woman goes from smiling to horrified. She starts grabbing and studying his hand like a last will. Feeling weird, man. Tells my friend he's got something following him. Asks him if he did any Ouija voodoo bullshit. Says he smashed a hole in the wall when he was drunk lifting at home. Says there was some type of decorative skull behind it that now he uses as a decoration in his bedroom. Gypsy lets us leave without paying. At the gym 30 minutes later. Spotting friend while he benches. Some newbie dumbass is curling next to us. Like no joke, 6 inches away from us. Dude slips and swings a 20 he's holding at friend's head. Throws a bar up and ducks just in time. Almost impale myself trying to catch the bar. Newbie apologizes while friend gets back up and I'm shitting myself still. Tell friend he should go home. Friend looks unfazed and wants to continue. Leave to abuela's sister's house to get some sage and silver. Go back to gym and give it to friend. Next day. Friend looks happier than normal. Tells me some shit went down in his house. Says the power was dead even though his bills were paid and the rest of neighborhood had power. Heard rattling of silverware. Uses flashlight app to see. Saw a silhouette of someone crawl under the kitchen counter. Nothing under the counter, not even shelves. Friend doesn't believe in Ouija shit and believes it's an intruder or an animal. Friend grabs his pull-up bar and gets ready for sweet fit justice. Yells obscenities while patrolling his house. Says he sees what looks like a small humanoid creature crouched in his weight room. Gives 0 Fs and tosses the pull-up bar at the window. Shatters like a lanklet kneecap squatting. Thing nowhere to be seen. Friend then starts to consider Ouija shit. Calls other friend for advice. Our lifting group has some odd characters. Johnny answers and tells him to burn the sage and carry the silver. Says he'll be by with some holy water. Drops it off. I'll call my grandma tomorrow to help. She's one of those medium people. Friend sits down on his couch while the house smells like old. Watches American Dad. Looks at Sage. Dried up and out. Goes to his pocket for the silver. Freaking melted. Instead of warm, it was cold. Starts to see something dart back and forth across the room. TV goes off and static comes on. Says high-pitched screaming fills the house. Friend gets mildly annoyed. Walks over to the weight room and smashes the skull against the wall in a fluid motion. Like imagine walking into a room, tipping over a vase, then going back to doing what you were doing. He did that except threw a skull against a wall. Says the house shook. Screaming got higher, then stopped. Lights go off again. Hears numerous footsteps getting closer to him. Tells me he's mildly freaked out at this point. I'm very concerned that he said mildly. He says he doused himself in holy water and started swinging as hard as he could into the darkness. Only hears the wind breaking on his fists. Says he heard the footsteps getting further away from him. Screams, "Nah-uh." Starts running around his house, swinging in the darkness. F's up his living room in the process. Tells me he swears he made contact with something fleshy a few times. Doesn't remember falling asleep. Wakes up and goes to the gym to tell me this the next day. Friend goes outside to make frequent calls throughout his routines. Excuse me. Oh no, I should have censored that. Asks him if he's trying to get in touch with a priest. Tells me he's been calling his home and leaving angry voice messages for the ghosts. Says he would buy a snake just to flatten it out with a rolling pin until it dies. Friend goes home again. Fast forward a few days. Looks completely normal. Ask Johnny if lifting buddy was alright. Tell me it's disturbing how well he's handling the situation. Says he went to lifting buddy's house to check up on the stitch. On the sitch. Sitch? What's a sitch? Feels a presence, but it feels scared. Lifting buddy walks out of his bedroom naked, wiping his butt with a Ouija board towel. Throws it on the floor and kicks it into the living room. Pours more holy water on it, then takes it outside to burn it. Ask friend if he's hungry. Sure. Says he pulled out an open Ouija board he bought at Spencer's and uses it as an effing cutting board. Says he repeatedly stabbed the cutting knife into the board when he was not using it. Breaks the board in half. After he's done chopping up tomatoes and throws it in the trash. Washes his hands and then pisses in the trash can. Even I think this is disrespecting the spirits too much. They both eat grilled chicken, salad, and then Johnny leaves. Sal's on the way out. Lifting buddy goes into the lifting room and puts another crucifix on the wall. I'm putting Jesus on this wall, and I'll be back to effing masturbate on my bench press while thinking about Lucifer Horse daughter. Punches a hole in the wall before leaving. Johnny calls his abuela that night. Abuela goes to lifting buddy's house with a priest the next day. Says her abuela and priest were also amazed, disturbed how lifting buddy is fighting the situation. Priest actually cowered and mired lifting buddy pissing naked on the satanic Bible he bought at some shady bookstore. Tells priest he walks around naked a lot lately and talks shit about Satan. Priest leaves before cleansing. Abuela stays to do her medium thing. Tries to contact the spirits. Says it was a group of entities that were very pissed that their shrine was disturbed. Tells her that they have no power since lifting buddy isn't remotely scared of anything they've done. Lifting buddy walks back into weight room with a dead snake. Abuela says the entities scatter like roaches. Check out what I found on the street this morning. Takes a bit of an apple. A effing dead snake. Throws snake on the floor. Puts holy water and salt on it. Kicks it into the carpet a few times before peeling it off and throwing it into the trash can in the kitchen. Abuela is WTFing at this man's mental strength or ignorance. Tries to contact the spirits again. They keep running from her. Finally talks to one. Says they are scared of lifting buddy. Ghosts are scared of my bulky friend. Abuela asks what could make them pass on. Says they did black magic to revenge on some a-hole landlord from way back when. Says they had incriminating stuff to shame his family within the wall with a skull. Abuela tells lifting buddy what he needs to do. Lifting buddy goes into the weight room. Makes a hole in the wall bigger by throwing a 15 through the wall. Finds a folder with records of some sort. I'm not lying about any of this, I swear, especially this next part. Lifting buddy flips through the papers and then wipes his ball with it. Wipes his balls with it. Abuela, horrified, crumples them up and throws them in the corner of the room. Tells the spirits to piss off and then punches another hole in the wall. A total of 13 holes at this point. Abuela says, "May God have mercy" in Spanish and then leaves. Goes back to lifting buddy's house a month later. Immediately goes to weight room. More holes. More holes than wall. Destroyed AF. But like Halo descending from the heavens, the bench press and the squatting rack are still there. Tries to contact spirits. Nothing. Smiles and asks my friend if he did what needed to be done. Again, not lying about any of this. Tells Abuela he uncrumpled the papers and got the address of this bastard. Papers were only from 60 years ago, so the guy was still alive, just old as dust. Finds the address of this guy in some sort of mansion. Knocks on the door, wearing a Get Swole You Must Star Wars Yoda tank top, board shorts, pink sunglasses, and a backwards Chicago Bulls snapback. Some scrawny white guy in his mid-30s opens the door. Lifting buddy holds out the papers and asks for the person in the paper's name. Hey dad, someone's here to see you. He has documents. Lifting buddy lets himself in and finds the old man in his studies. Who are you? Notices the papers. Where did you get that? Old man tries to grab the papers. Lifting buddy punches the old man in the face. Dentures fly out. Says it was like some shit out of a movie. Crouches in his face and sets the old man straight, Sherlock Holmes style. Guyson runs in and jumps on lifting buddy's back. Lifting buddy stops mid-sentence, lets the guy down, and then punches him until he hobbles out of the from and pukes in the hallway. Tells the old man to get his stuff right or he will be back for blood. Leaves. Fast forward a couple days. Various cars outside lifting buddy's house. Think the old man bought some friends to grab his pull-up bar. Walk outside in his tank top and house shorts. Various families are thanking him and giving him home-cooked foods. Thank you for getting their grandparents' property back. The documents were apparently deeds, swindled out by the old man. Family says, the who will never forgive you, spiel. We'll never forget you, spiel. And leaves. Friend looks into the Tupperware. Nothing but calories and carbs, cookies, briskets, gumbo. Throws it all away and goes back to lifting in his weight room. See the old man's name in the news a few days later. Apparently he was hated by the community for being a dick. Somehow, only heard about him now. News doesn't disclose how he died. Doesn't know it was from lifting buddy. Doing more damage than he thought, the ghost getting their revenge or natural causes. Hasn't had any paranormal problems since then except for one. Says he went to the kitchen for a late, non-cheating snack and saw a full body apparitions. They smiled at him. He says he grabbed an apple, head nodded while taking a bite, and walked back to his bedroom. He stops halfway and turns around. Holy F, you guys were real? Spirits fade while sleeping. Spirits fade while smiling. Lifting buddy goes to sleep. Lifting buddy still lifts and does inane stuff. Like he always does. No one F's with him since the ghost puncher incident. Abuela Myers every time she's around him. And I think the priest told his priest buddy's church because everyone mires and cowers in grace twice as hard when they're around him. Again, none of this was made up. No walk the dinosaur tend stuff. My friend legitimately beat up a bunch of ghosts. The end. Sorry, I had to mute myself. I am pregnant and I want a divorce. You can't prove that it's me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Na 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 na. It wasn't me. Na 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 na. It wasn't me. Na 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 na. It wasn't me. How can I forget that I had given her an extra key all the time? She was standing there, she never took her eyes off me. More like beat up his own house. Man should be called a wall puncher. Juwun wishes he could fist ghosts. What makes you think I can? Posted a bunch in the flavor Discord. Someone else posted on Discord, but I have a serious suggestion. More existential horror, but The Jaunt is a good short one from Stephen King. Oh, the goat man. I do love the goat man story. We'll read that. Okay. All right. We'll read the goat man and then we'll go the John. Stephen King. Wait, how long is this? How many chapters is this? 16 pages. This is quite long. This is kind of long. But we'll read it. We might have to save it for later. We'll go through the short ones first. Hello, Amanda. Hello. Did I miss anyone? Oh yeah, Milk Cookies. Milk Cookies. Hello. Long time no see. Juwun, do you wear cute sweaters? I do wear sweaters. I don't know how cute they are. Recently though, I was wearing a sweater on the handcam stream. Which one was it? I can't remember. But I was wearing a sweater. Alright. The story doesn't really sound realistic, but we'll go with it. It was a fun story. I remember reading it several years ago, and it was very funny. Like I said, the one where he wore the pink lace thigh highs. Apparently they're advertised as pink, but they didn't look very pink. But like I said earlier, I think Fit has the funniest memes in all of the fortunes, in all of the 4 channels. In all of the 4 channels, Fit has to have the funniest memes ever. Like I don't know if what do you call this? The Giga Chad was invented. I have a feeling the Giga Chad was invented in Fit. But I know the activated almonds. That's a Fit meme. A lot of this maxing stuff was a big deal in Fit back in the day too. I need a nice red cable knit sweater ASAP. Alright, give us your throne. We will fund your nice red cable knit sweater. We'll just ask for pictures afterward. I've heard stories about the goat man from several guys who were stationed at Fort Leonard Wood, who swore up and down that some of the gag orders about it are true. This goat man story, the first time I read it a long time ago, it did give me the spoopies. The spooks, but I don't know I don't know if it'll still do that now, but we're about to find out. Let's go. I just cracked my neck. Forgot about the bingo. We're still doing the bingo, but I feel like if the bingo was in the middle of the screen, it'll take away from the spookiness. What do you think? Does the bingo take away the spookiness? Because I kind of feel like it does. I'm just going to hide it, okay? We're going to hide it and just remind me to turn it off every now and then. Turn it on or switch it back on every now and then. Got a few old ones in the woods here in Canada. Posted a vid with a few in it, okay? Right, this is the goat story. Please, please, nose, open. Open up, nose. You can do this. I believe in you. All right. Let's go. Here's my story. Be 16, be black, and have a family down in Alabama. They farm and own a huge amount of land down in Huntsville. Uncle owns a big house and a bunch of trailers they put out in the woods for hunting or camping. Down south, cousins suggest that we go out there to camp. Now I'm a kid from Chicago, so they tease the F out of me. Collect food, kill a pig and some chickens, and bring necessities to camp out for a few days. We get to the camp and it's obvious something's weird. Air has this weird electric smell, like right before a storm, like ozone. We think nothing of it, and unpack and go down to a little creek to swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, some older white guy and a white teenager come out of the bushes. He has a shotgun in the crook of his arm and says hello, and asks us what we're doing this far back in the woods. Tell him about my uncle, who he knows, and says we're camping out. He tells us we need to be real careful out here and stick together because there was this big animal in the woods. His son, who is my age, asks if he can stay and hang out with us. He says, okay. I'm going to stop green texting because the story is fairly long and the format is harder to write in. So we end up playing football. Dicking around with me, there's this white kid, Tanner, 5 of my cousins, and then 4 of their friends. In a total, there were 5 girls and 6 boys. We were around 15 to 17, and we ended up just dicking the day away. Eventually, we head back to camp and pull some other stuff for a campfire, even though the trailers both had kitchenettes. Tanner says that his family's property sits up against my uncle's. He wants to run home and ask his dad if he can come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster says he's going up with him since it's going to get dark soon. One of the girls also wants to tag along. It's about 7 o'clock, and it's starting to get pretty dark. They grab flashlights and take the trail towards Stan's property. The rest of us chill. We make s'mores, drink, and kiss on the girls. About 30 or 40 minutes later, there's the smell of ozone again. You could notice it over the scent of the fire we had just started. This really nasty, coppery smell, like right after you had a nosebleed and it stopped. It wasn't exactly like dried blood, but it was metallic. Back of the throat smell. We immediately think that it's some kind of electrical malfunction, or that someone has left a hot plate on or some shit. Okay, I will try not to self-censor. I keep on self-censoring, but I think it takes out of the story and it does a disservice to the author. So I'm gonna start swearing. You're gonna have to forgive me. We search the trailers and nothing's on, but we can all smell it. All of a sudden, we can hear people booking down the path before us. Rooster, Tan, and the girl all come running into the clearing out of breath. And they don't even break stride. They run all into the trailer, right by where the fire is. We all get the fuck out of there and into the trailers. They end up coming down. Even Rooster is crying his fucking eyes out at this point. All the while, the fire is guttering lower and lower. So my other cousins say fuck it and are about to go outside to get the generator out of a shed between the trailers. Tanner goes, fuck no, lock the front door, ain't nobody else getting outside. He's been crying too. His eyes are bloodshot and puffy and his pants are dirty as shit. He goes on to tell us that they went up to his house. His father said sure, he could go camping, but to make sure they were careful on the way back, and that maybe they should take one of the hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something on their way in their yard a few days before. One of their pigs had been ripped up and eaten half. They assumed it was some big cats or coyotes, even though they don't usually fuck with live animals. Tanner went upstairs, packed his stuff, and told his dad they would be okay without the rifle, because coyotes avoid people. Then they started walking back towards where they were camping. Rooster finally stops crying and shaking. The girl already had, but now was just staring out the window with a dumb look on her face. He says they had gotten half into the woods toward the camp when they'd started to hear shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by this time, so they weren't fully sure at what the fuck it was. The girl says she heard something in the bushes right off the trail. They all beamed their flashlights over there, and there was someone standing there in the woods in a little hollow. Rooster said they shouted at him and told him that he was scaring the fuck out of them and what a dick he was. He says that's when he realized the guy was facing away from them. They kept walking, and they start smelling that nasty coppery ozone smell. They say that they look off into the forest onto the opposite side, and there's a dude standing there too, backwards, slightly closer to the path. So now they start power walking, and Tan keeps going. I should have taken the fucking rifle. As they're telling the story, the smell is still super strong, even inside the cabin. They say that after they started walking faster, a kind of low gibbering had begun coming from both sides of the woods. They booked it back to the trailer. The girl said she flashed her light out to the side of them and saw something jerking itself through the woods. The gibbering had just gotten louder and louder, and when they could see the light from our campfire, something had come out of the woods about 40 yards behind them onto the track. Then, they just flat out ran as hard as they could to the trailer. So we're out in the fucking woods, and we're assuming at this point it's some rednecks or some shit trying to fuck with us. All of a sudden, my other cousin Junior starts going on about how he went to school with a native kid that was telling him about the goat man or some shit. We probably tell him to shut the fuck up, because we don't need any spooky talk right now. But he keeps going on and on about how it's the fucking goat man, and how we're in the woods and blah 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 blah. Now, at the time, I had never heard of this goat man or any like that. But then a couple years ago, the year before I graduated from college, I had a menom for a roommate, and I ended up asking him about it. To sum it up, it is basically a fucking man with the head of a goat. And he can shapeshift, get among groups of people to terrorize them. It's also supposed to kind of be like the Wendigo. It's bad mojo to even talk about it, and even worse if you see it. Keep in mind, I didn't know about this back when I was 16, so my cousin's going, the goat man's going to get in and fucking get us. The girls are all terrified, and my cousins and I are fucking trying to figure out if it's just some hillbillies or an animal. All of a sudden, the smell just goes away. To this day, I haven't even experienced anything like it. Obviously, smells usually fade away or lessen, but it literally was just there 1 second and not the next. So it's after an hour, making it around 9 or 10. We've stopped shitting bricks enough to get back outside and stoke the fire again. We figure it was just some assholes trying to fuck with us, so we don't go back home because we think if we do, they'll chase us through the woods or some crazy shit. Nothing else happens that night. We stay another night. And for the main part of the night, nothing happens, but at about 1 in the morning, we're outside, getting drunk and telling ghost stories. As someone is finishing some too spooky story, I don't remember what it was about. The smell comes back. It's so fucking strong that one of the girls literally starts vomiting. I stand up, and you can actually feel how clammy the air is. I say we should get back inside, and that this isn't right. We should have just fucking left. We all go back inside, and we're standing around. My cousin keeps on going about how it's the goat man. My other cousin, Rooster, tries to shut him the fuck up. All the while, I'm just feeling that something is wrong, and I can't figure out what the fuck it is. We end up sitting there for a while. The smell is just as strong, and we're terrified and huddled in this camper. We end up cooking brats for everybody because nobody wants to go outside. It's one of those packs with the 4 brats. We have a total of 3 packs. I grill them up, the stove, and give everyone a hot dog. Then get mine. After a while, one of my cousins gets up and goes over the pot to get another one. He starts grumbling about how I got 2 brats and everyone else got 1. And I look at him like he's fucking stupid. I tell him that everyone only got 1 because there were only 12 brats, and that if he wanted more, he should open a new pack and cook some. That's when the girl that had been out with Rooster and Tan starts screaming, "Oh Jesus, oh Lord, get it out!" She's crying and shivering, and then it dawns on the cousin standing up what the fuck is wrong. Me and him both glance around the room, and I feel my heart fucking sink. I run the fuck out of the cabin, and the girl runs out with us. The trailer door is banging against the side of the trailer as everyone books it out. One of my cousin's friends asks what the fuck was wrong, and I start counting us. There's only 11 now. I shit you not, my cousin verified. There had been 12 people in the cabin. But being that everybody didn't really know each other well, nobody noticed the whole fucking time that there was an extra person. And then I realized earlier that I had kind of noticed something was off. You know how when you're just dicking around and having a good time, that you don't sweat the small shit? Or you don't always keep track of certain stuff? I'm dead sure that someone else had been in the trailer with us, and that they had just been there for at least a fucking day, eating with us. What makes this worse is that I couldn't figure out who it was, because I don't think anyone ever actually interacted with any other person, the goat man. The girl kept praying to Jesus, and we're all sitting outside. Eventually, we get big-ass sticks and go back in the cabin, but there's nobody in there. We count again, and there's 11 people. We go back into the trailer and lock the door. We explain what the fuck happened. The girl says that she realized too, and that when she was about to say something, the person sitting next to her grabbed her leg hard, leaned over towards her, and said something she couldn't understand. So we were all pretty scared the fuck as we huddled together, and I fall asleep. When I wake up, the sun is just coming up, and half the people are asleep and the other half are packing our shit up. We all walk back home, but like 4 people want to stay until the sun is all the way up. And some people think that we were just fucking around and still want to stay at the trailers. I just want to get the fuck out of the woods. The girl's name was Kira, the one that the goat man had touched. Anyway, I asked her if she really thinks it was something bad. And she says she just wants to go home, and that she doesn't want to be out in the woods alone for another night. So we decide to split up. The four that want to go can go, but I have to stay because I have the keys to the cabin, and it's my uncle's and I have to lock it up. I'm super pissed at this point because I feel like the people aren't taking the shit seriously, and I definitely didn't want to be out in the woods for another night. I spend the rest of the day trying to convince the rest of the people, now 4 girls and 4 guys, to just get the fuck out of the Dodge. to get the fuck out of Dodge. Tanner leaves with them to go get a rifle and says he's going to be back, so there's just 7 of us left by 4 p.m. At around 5 p.m., he hasn't made it back yet, and we're getting extremely fucking antsy. The only reason I stopped begging them to leave was because he went to get a gun. At about 5:30 p.m. or so, the one cousin that did stay says that the girl Kira is outside. We all look outside, and sure enough, she's standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I'm thinking to myself, if she was so fucking scared, why the hell would she come back? And then I get this nasty feeling in my gut. Keep in mind, the whole time the coppery smell has been gone. Now I realize I can smell just a twinge of it. I say this to the rest of them. Everybody. And these are the people that wanted to stay in the fucking woods after we had the goddamn goat man in our midst, is laughing at me and asking if I set this up to scare them. I'm looking at them like, I'm not fucking bullshitting you at all right now. I ask them why the fuck would I play like that. So one of the girls outside goes to get Kira. She gets halfway to her and stops cold. Kira starts heaving. I don't know how the fuck to describe it. Sort of like if someone with their back turned was laughing without actually making any sound. It was this fact that made me realize there was not a fucking sound in the woods. It was dead silent. This was like late September, so it was still fairly hot at the time, but super chilly in some days too, and you could usually hear big-ass geese honking, or some kinds of birds or squirrels chit-chatting. I step out the door, and tell the girl to come back in the fucking trailer right goddamn now. She backs up into it, and we lock the fucking door. We pull down the shades except for one, and put a guy there in the chair to watch Kira. She stands there for a whole 20 minutes or so. Eventually, the guy turns to say that she's still there and there's a huge fucking bang on the door. We all jump the fuck up and scramble around the living room of the trailer. The banging is super fucking loud. My cousin is holding one of the girls, and the 2 other girls are kind of giggling with nervous laughter, and me and the other 2 are shitting bricks. Then we hear Tan. He's screaming, "Let me the fuck in! Stop fucking playing!" We go over to the door and open it. He stumbles in with a rifle. There's nobody else outside. Evidently, he had walked up to the campsite. Nothing weird happened in the forest, but he had seen a girl. Mind you, he said it was not Kira standing there. When he had gotten to the edge of the clearing, she had turned towards him with a slack-jawed look and just stared at him, slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said that it was until he was almost halfway to the trailer that he'd realized that she was getting closer to him. She had started off by the fire, and without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said he just ran the rest of the way back to the cabin, thinking it would open. When he got to the door, it was locked. He turned, and it was about half the distance to the door. He looks around the room and gets super pale. He pulls me to the side and whispers in my ear, "You know, there's only 7 of us in here, right?" I get that feeling where your stomach drops to your nuts. It had been back inside the trailer while we were sorting out who was going where, and then when we all went outside to talk earlier in the day, it had just slipped right back in. We look out the window and there's nobody there. So we recount, and I go over and ask everyone, how many people were here earlier? And everybody says 8. Well, how many are here now? They all do the count and realize there are only now 7 people in the cabin. Tan had brought back a couple of boxes of ammo and his rifle. He told his dad that there was some kind of animal in the forest because he didn't think he would believe him if he said it was a goat man. He says that his cousin is supposed to be coming down in a few hours and that in the morning we can all go back to his place and his cousin will drive us home. Now I'm really fucking terrified, but at least I feel better because we can be American and shoot the fuck out of whatever it is if it comes back. But then my cousin gets into this huge argument with one of the girls because she thinks that I'm trying to be funny and prank them. She's really scared and thinks I'm not funny. He keeps telling her I'm not that kind of person, and she says, "Well, how do we know the girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? Or if it's really the goat man, how do we know if this is the real Tanner and that goat man didn't just kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun?" So we get into a huge fucking argument about this, where me and Tanner we could seriously be in danger because at the very least, someone has been sneaking themselves into our fucking trailer without us knowing and mingling with us, and at worst, something bad is in the forest fucking with us. One of the girls is crying and saying she wants to go right now, and we're trying to tell her that we shouldn't because none of us are walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun is starting to go down, and it's getting a little cloudy out. We eat something and turn on the radio for a while, but we can't really get a station out here with anything decent, so we turn it off about the time that Tan's cousin shows up. He was 19, I think. Now that the sun is barely over the horizon, and he has one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle, he walks up to the trailer, and we whisper to Tan, asking if he's sure that's his cousin. He says yes. The guy looks behind him, all around the camp, then walks in. He kind of glances at all of us and looks a little confused, then he says, "Where's the other little buddy at? I figured she would meet me at the cabin. Is she a little slow or something?" He also asked whether we had been cooking blood in the cabin because it smelled like blood and hot pans all the way up the trail. We were all fucking nope. We asked him what the fuck he's talking about with the girl he saw. He had come down the trail, the same trail Tan had been using, and found one of Yu's guy's buddies standing in the middle of the trail, looking at him slack-jawed. He had asked her a bunch of questions, but all she did was just look at him. Then she smiled. And he said he kept walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him and kept lagging a little behind. He asked her if she was hurt or something and if she needed any help, but she continued to stare. Eventually, he turned around a bend in the trail, but when he went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He had assumed she had taken some shortcut through the woods to our trailer. We tell him the whole story of what's been going on. I half expected him to say we were full of shit, but he just listened and then sat down on the couches in the living room. Tanner's cousin gets back to the girl. He says that when she had kept trying to lag behind him, it was kind of weird. It had kind of weirded him the fuck out. So he tried to keep her in front of him. But no matter how slow he walked, she was always lagging a little behind. He smelled this nasty smell, and it got stronger as he got to the camp. Eventually, it got really strong. She had said something really low that he didn't catch, and when he had turned around, she had been right the fuck up on him. He stepped back from her. It was at this point that he asked her if she was okay. If she wasn't, he offered to carry her back to the rest of the camp. She just kept staring. He said he reached out for her, as in to grab her on the shoulder, but he must have misjudged the distance because she was off to the side, where he had put his hand like she had moved while he was not looking at her. So at this point, we know the shit's real. Unless Tan is playing a joke, which we can tell he's not because he's almost pissing his pants. They load up their rifles, we eat some more, and just kind of sit around until about 11. To this fucking day, every time I think about this, I really pray to God that it's just some huge prank that my cousins played on me and just never revealed so I would shit myself for the rest of my life. At around 11, the stink of copper turned into the actual gross, blood-like smell, like cooked blood and singed hair. Tan and his cousin Reese get the fuck up and instantly grab the rifles. There's like a half knocking, half clawing at the door, and I shit you not, there's this voice. It sounds like when you see those YouTube cats and dogs whose owners teach them how to talk. It says in this halting, weirdly toned voice, "Let me the fuck in. Stop fucking playing." It just made my nuts creep up against my body. And one of the girls just starts crying and calling for Jesus. It was so fucking obviously not a person talking. It didn't have the right cadence. That's some shit that I had never realized until that moment. But all people have certain cadence when they talk. No matter what language, all people have a certain kind of rhythm when talking. This shit didn't have any kind of cadence or rhythm. One of those YouTube cats. That's what the fuck it sounded like outside the door. It sounded like this almost, just not funny. Sorry for being on a tangent, but if you can't imagine how this shit sounded, then you can't imagine how fucked up the whole situation was. So now I'm in full terror mode. We keep yelling outside, "Who is it? Stop fucking around, man." And it just keeps saying "in" or "let me the fuck in" for almost 15 minutes. Then the smell goes away for a while. And for the next hour or so, you can hear someone basically creeping around the woods and shit. Every couple of minutes, it comes back to the door and says something. Finally, the smell fades away at about 2 in the morning. Reese says, "Man, fuck this," opens the door and walks outside with his rifle. He fires a shot in the air and says something to the effect of, "In the name of Jesus Christ, go away." He fires 2 more times and then from the woods, right up against the river across from the trailer, it sounds like something is slowly gibbering and hooting. And then it starts screaming. It sounds almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. Like, I seriously have never heard any shit like that. We can hear the bush over that way starting to shake. Reese fires off over into the tree line and starts backing up into the building. We lock the door, and we can hear the shit keening and screaming. Reese says something had come out of the bushes, super low to the ground, and it was crawling towards the cabin. He had shot at it. Pretty much that was how the rest of the night went. Literally constant screaming for the next 2 hours and shit moving out in the tree line. But it never came back up in the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. Tan had been sitting in the chair watching the door with his rifle. Nobody else heard or saw this, and he told me 2 days later after the whole thing was over. He said that he had been nodding off after the screaming and noises finally stopped. He'd been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom and then lay down in the middle of the floor and go to sleep. He just assumed it was one of us and that the guy had nodded off. Then he said he kind of realized something was wrong. And while pretending to be sleeping, he counted us. There were 9 people in the cabin. He didn't want to try to shoot at the fucking thing and have it kill us then and there, or have Reese wake up and start shooting us and kill ourselves. So he just stayed awake all night, pretending to be asleep. He said sometimes it would stand up and kind of do this weird jittery thing, or heave like it was laughing, but then it would lay back down. The story closes pretty weak because from my perspective, nothing happened. But when we woke up, I noticed that Tan was a little jittery and that he was avoiding looking at all of us. But we ate some breakfast, packed up, and started walking to his house. He stayed last in the cabin and said he'd lock up and bring my uncle's keys. He told us to start walking and that he'd catch up, which I really didn't want to fucking do. We got a little bit up the path. When he came running up, we just jogged back to his house. His cousin took us home. There was a window in the bathroom. Tan had gone back to lock up and looked in there. We were too stupid to lock a screenless window, and it was fucking up when he went in there. I'm guessing it had been doing that all along, waiting for us to fall asleep or slip up and then getting in among us. It walked with us all the goddamn way back to his house, and then he said it lagged to the back of the group and looked him dead in the eyes before walking into the woods. Whoa, that was creepy. I'm not gonna lie. That was one of the scariest stories. Scariest stories I read back in the day, and it was good. It was creepy. Not gonna lie, it was creepy. Okay, what did I miss? Juwun, wait, not that one. The last one I posted is what I meant. Oh, I'm sorry. Good people moment. FNAF taught as well. I think I saw another version of that one, but yeah, it's the best Skinwalker story. It is a very good story. I really like those stories where there's someone among us. I know Among Us is kind of weird, but like I think that part where they're counting themselves and they realize there's someone extra here. There's someone literally among us. Yeah, I think that's very creepy. But boy, that was a long read. Okay, what is this other story? Oh, that's a goat man story. Absolutely unbelievable. The channeling story from Northern Canada. Well, that's a video though. We can't watch videos. This is not a Oh, this one. Okay, let's read this one. The military one at the bottom. There's also a South Korean horror with an Among Us premise called the R Point. Ooh, that sounds very scary. It's this Among Us type of stuff because I think it's very creepy to not know, right? To not know. Isn't that the premise of? I've never watched The Thing, but that old movie, The Thing, the cosmic horror movie, The Thing, isn't that the premise? Like the thing is among them. Okay, let's read this one. Another one from Count 7. Another Goatman story, I guess. What is the title of this? That Goatman story was very long. I wonder if the Stephen King story is equally as long. Misery, Goatman. Goatman stories are literally. I can't pronounce literally. How do you pronounce literally? Wait, let me tie my hair real quick. You think the face looks like a face? It kind of does. That and the lampshade. The lamp kind of looks like a face too. The thing behind me. Look at the thing behind me. It does look like a face, doesn't it? Okay, the Missouri Goat Man. All right. Is this a military story? You know, there's this YouTube channel that tells military ghost stories, and those are very creepy. I'm pretty sure, like in the military, you encounter a lot of stuff like this. Now, I'm not in the military, but you know, a lot of hospitals have their ghost stories. And while I was still a nursing student, we were doing a night shift over at this hospital, and apparently there was this room that is supposedly haunted. So during my breaks, I would spend my time in that room, but nothing really happened. Everyone else was afraid to stay in that room. But that's where I took my lunch breaks, took my break, and nothing really happened. You know, I do have a theory. You know, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in Juwuns. And Juwuns are all over the place. So you have to be careful about those Juwuns out there. I found in Afghanistan once that I heard from the military intelligence analyst I used to bar hop with in Austin. Ooh. Do I have any creepy ghost stories, nursing stories? I really don't have a lot of... I don't think I have any. I wonder if the old timers do. I would love to ask ℎ𝕒𝕒 if he has any, but ℎ𝕒𝕒 digs out for ℎ𝕒𝕒. I don't know. I tried starting a hashtag for ℎ𝕒𝕒, but I don't think it's going. I just thought it would be fitting since his YouTube channel got deleted over a penis in his nursing stream. So I think it was fitting to have a hashtag like digs out for ℎ𝕒𝕒. Kind of hopping off the back of ℙ𝕒𝕒 there. Digs out for ℙ𝕒𝕒, digs out for ℎ𝕒𝕒. I wonder how would you fix that? I hope he's doing okay. I was here for that. What a way for a child to go. Can you believe that the final yab was actually healthcare related? That is what the final yab was. I guess it's kind of fitting, but I hope he can get his channel back. It was like an educational stream. So it only makes sense that, you know, I mean, it's educational, I'm pretty sure. He said it was going to be okay since it was educational. We were looking up chicken piercings. I think it's educational. It's a nursing stream. The whole topic of the stream was nursing, so it does make sense. From what I understand, he was talking about like piercings and MRIs. What would happen if you would take a piercing? The funny thing, I was streaming at the same time too. I think I was streaming. Did his channel get killed on stream? Excuse me. And I hope he's okay now. I mean, I hope he's doing it okay. I did message him, but I don't think he's very active. I messaged him on Discord, but I don't think he's very active on Discord. But he told me that it got deleted for showing a penis on stream. I guess it was like a what do they call it? some type of piercing. For some reason, Prince Rupert's drop is coming into mind, but it's not Prince Rupert. It has to be something else. Hello, Cha. Hello. I was burping. Let me look at his message. Never mind. I really hope he gets his channel back. It's kind of crazy. We have two flavors now. Two flavors who got what do you call this? Thanos by who's it now? Neil. First it was Susan. Thanos snapped Senna, but more like demonetized Senna. I think Senna's channel is still up, but her channel is just completely demonetized. And now it's Brolime. I can't believe it. But you know what? ℏ𝕗 still survived. You know, it kind of goes with the theme, right? ℏ𝕗, black company. So duh, you'd expect one of the members to get dinged by YouTube. Someone in chat brought it up because they were watching Breaking Bad, and in that show, apparently someone got their Johnny ripped off because of a magnet. Ouch. I feel like I would remember that, but I also feel like it would be traumatic enough to forget it. I think I rewatched Breaking Bad recently, but I don't remember that part. That sounds very brutal. You know, I've shoved a lot of tubes down people's penises over the course of my career, and those are very painful. I can only imagine what though sometimes, I guess, ghost creepy stories, horror stories. There was this one patient who ripped off a catheter. Just ripped off a catheter and proceeded to do whatever you do. But like, he ripped off the catheter and the balloon. You guys know that there's a balloon inside, right? There's a balloon. The catheter has a balloon at the end of it to anchor it inside the bladder. The balloon popped and it was left inside the bladder. So I don't really know if the balloon is still in there. Did he pee out the balloon? I don't know. Juwun, still. What do you mean still? This is the first time I've talked about penises on stream. On this stream, at least. Yeah, the balloon popped. I don't know how. He must have really pulled it super hard, but the balloon popped. Is it painful? The funny white fox is otherwise. Wait. Wait. What did funny white fox? Well, here's the thing. When you catheterize a woman, it is less painful. When you catheterize a dude, it is more painful. Because the male urethra is longer than the female urethra. You have to go through a lot more tissue to get to the bladder. Though it can be more difficult it can be a little harder to put a catheter inside a woman because you have to find the urethra. And it is very easy to go into the vagina instead of the urethra. As a matter of fact, that is something common a lot of newbie nurses do. They go in the vagina instead of the urethra. It's a good thing I got my learning. I learned how to put catheters in working at a nursing home. And when you work in a nursing home, you're working with the elderly, and to put it bluntly, you're working with overweight patients too. So when you're working with an overweight female, there's a lot of stuff down there. There's a lot of meat down there. So in order to find the urethra, you have to go digging. I'm not joking when you say you have to go digging. You really have to push away the fat, the folds, and then try to hold the folds apart. and look for the urethra. And make sure that when you're putting the catheter in, you don't get into the vagina. Because once you get into the vagina, you have to get rid of the catheter. You need to get a new one. Because the catheter has to be sterile. If the catheter goes into the vagina, it's no longer sterile. So throw that away. Make a second attempt. But yeah, I got pretty good at it. Lots of lube for dudes. Definitely lots of lube for dudes, but for ladies, once you find the urethra, once you find the female's urethra and you get the catheter in, it's pretty straightforward. You just basically thread it in the urethra. For males, you have to hold the penis in a certain way. You don't want it to get erect, because once the penis gets erect, that's gonna be a nightmare. It's a nightmare threading a catheter through an erect penis. So you don't want to be gentle with the penis. If you're too gentle with the penis, it might start getting erect. So you have to hold it firmly and then just push the thing in. Thread the catheter into the penis. And if you come into resistance, that is not a good sign. Because sometimes some older gentlemen have something called benign prostatic hyperplasia, or BPH. Basically means their prostate gland is bigger. Their prostate gland is not exactly swollen, has more tissue than regular. It's bigger than. That's why they have a hard time peeing. Basically, there's more tissue there than usual, and that is where you meet resistance. Fortunately, like somehow you can push through the resistance sometimes, but if it just won't go through, then you probably have to get a urologist. Yeah. Give the balls a flick when he starts feeling funny. Can I call this Juwun fanboy? I don't know. This is not fanboying. This is literally my work. I'm just talking about my work. Okay, I guess we can consider that fanboying. This is very informative. Hello, Neo. Hello. Just in case you need to put a catheter in someone, now you know. Man, I had to have a camera stuck up there once. Sounds like a cystoscopy. I'm pretty sure that's worse. Only doctors do that. I can't do a cystoscopy. So I'm pretty sure that's worse. You know, when picking a catheter, you do pick the size, and usually we want we want somewhat of a bigger size. Big, not exactly the biggest catheter, but you want something decent sized, like 16 French, something like that. But that might be a little too big, but whatever. You do want a big catheter, so it doesn't get obstructed. Juwun learned most of this before he got his nursing license when he practiced sounding. You guys keep on bringing sounding, but I have no idea what sounding is. I think I have an idea. I guess it means it has to do with shoving stuff down your penis. That doesn't sound fun. Oh my god, the aftermath of that gives a whole new meaning to pyros. I can only imagine. I guess you can tell when people are into that. I have never met a person that enjoyed getting a catheter shoved down their penis. I have only seen people that are relieved. I've had people get relief, like There was this guy who was in a lot of pain. He was in a lot of pain because he can't pee. So he wanted a catheter. He really wanted the catheter. Not exactly he wanted the catheter. He wanted his bladder emptied. So I did what is called a straight cath. What is the difference between a straight cath and a Foley cath? A Foley cath is an indwelling catheter. So the catheter stays inside. A straight catheter is just a tube. We put a tube into your urethra, empty your bladder, and then pull the tube out. That was a straight cath. And I did that to him twice that night. I did that twice. And he felt a lot of relief, but I'm pretty sure he didn't enjoy it because no one enjoys a catheter. No one. But if I were to rank stuff, yeah, I'm pretty sure catheter is up there. I'm still not sure if NG tube or catheter, which is worse. I'm guessing a catheter can be worse, but the thing with the NG tube, believe it or not, an NG tube is harder. What is an NG tube? An NG tube is a tube that goes through your nose and into your stomach. So there are many reasons you can have an NG tube. Usually to empty your stomach, or at least in my practice, it is to relieve your stomach. Because some cases your stomach is not emptying for whatever reason. So the stuff just builds up and you have to empty it out. So we do an NG tube, and I'm going to be honest with you. It is easier to put a catheter into someone than an NG tube. Can't you tell them to keep swallowing or something? You can, you do, but there's this thing called the gag reflex. So you're fighting with a gag reflex. So they're trying to, and plus they're trying to push you away. You're fighting with them. They're pushing you away and they're gagging, and you're trying to shove a tube down their nose. So yeah. But I think I've gotten decent. I've gotten good at shoving tubes down people. I've gotten good at shoving tubes down people's holes. The easiest tube would be the enema. That is very straightforward. And I think that would be the least painful. Least painful tube to shove down people. It's either the catheter or the NG tube that hurts the most. So to ruin Juwun's day, I don't actually have a gag reflex. When I learned this, I got checked for stomach issues with the camera. So an EGD, or like a endoscopy, esophageal either a gastroscopy or esophageal gastroduodenoscopy. What a mouthful. How would that ruin my day? It would be easy to put a tube down your nose then. Oh, so like a druggie who swallowed his stash when the cops came and now has to get his... Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. What I come in on? Talking about tubes. We're talking about tubes. Tubes being shoved down people's holes. Yeah. Through the nose, through the butt, and through the urethra. Really. Women are pretty easy to catheterize, especially if the woman is not overweight. It is a lot harder. But bro, I'm like a pro. I'm like a pro in finding the female urethra. Like when nurses are struggling to find the urethra, I say, okay, let me in. I'll get that urethra for you. This is my time to shine. I can spot the urethra. Shoving things deep down people's throats. Yeah. Actually, it's not very deep. When we put in an NG tube, we do a measurement. We measure the distance from your ear to your nose, all the way down to your xiphoid process, which is like the tip of your, the tip of your chest bone, chest plate. What do you call that? Sternum. The tip of your sternum. So we mark that, and that is how far we shove the thing down your nose. I don't know if you noticed, but the more you know. So again, we measure from the back of your ear to the tip of your nose to the bottom of your sternum. And then we mark it. And when we put that in your nose, we shove it in as far as that point. That's how far we shove it in, and then we tape it. No idea what they called it. Basically, they were checking the bulbs in my stomach where cancer goes. Oh, they were removing polyps. Ended up being infections from shrapnel. How did you swallow shrapnel? Why did you swallow shrapnel? Who is bombing your food? Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Like, for example, there are a lot of things that people don't notice it. But like, for example, when we give someone an enema or a suppository, basically when we shove stuff down people's butts, we ask them to lie in the left position. I don't know if a lot of people notice that. But yeah, we ask them to lie in the left position so that whatever we're putting inside your butt is able to stay in there and do its thing. I didn't swallow it. It migrates in my body. How? Migrating from your skin to your stomach is weird. I don't get it. My throat is very sore. I think I'm getting sick. Oh, sorry to hear that, Mutant. It's about time for it's almost spring. So I wonder if that's like related to seasonal allergies. But I can usually tell when I'm gonna get sick from seasonal allergies because I feel it in my throat. Same thing. Shrapnel is embedded in my skeleton. How does it get from your skeleton to your stomach? Does it enter your chest cavity? And then from your chest cavity, it burrows its way in your esophagus? Or it burrows its way in your stomach? I'm not exactly sure. Is it true that people turn green if you squeeze the enema bag while filling them up? No, that's not true. That's not true. People don't turn green. People do turn yellow though, but it takes a while for people to turn yellow. And that's related to your liver. But you can actually shove a lot of fluid down people's butts. Like a whole liter. A whole liter even. The thing is getting them to hold it in. Because they have to hold it in for at least 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes. Maybe 15, 30 minutes. They have to hold it in. Because if you don't hold it in, when you go poo-poo, you're only pooping out the water. You're not pooping out the poo-poo itself. You want to make sure that the stool absorbs the water so that you're able to poop out the water. Poop out the stool, not just the water. Because yeah, if you just pooped out the water, it's just you've just wasted the enema, right? Most of it is buried in my bones. Most of it is set in place, but as I move around, so can some of it. In that case, some was deep in my lower torso, was under the muscles and got infected. Ouch. What if you just shove the hose super deep so it feels like the beginning of the colon? wouldn't be the beginning of the colon. That would be the end. The way the colon is positioned, right? The large intestine, you have the ascending colon. Do I need to draw this? I wish there was like something in what do you call this? In OBS that would let you draw. Okay, here, let me look for a picture. All right, let's see. I had a picture of Astolfo with a large intestine before. I wonder if I still have it here. If you guys remember the old, what do you call this? Digestive system stream, we had a picture of Astolfo. I wonder if I still have it here. Probably not. Hello, Wind Warrior. Hello. Talking about the poo-poo. I know. You never know what to expect in a Juwun stream. Never mind. We're not gonna look for Astolfo. The Astolfo picture. All right, let's go with this one. All right, here we go. Oh. Whatever. Okay. So this is your large intestine. This is the large intestine, otherwise known as a colon. Your colon has let's see how many parts. You have the cecum. This is where the small intestine comes in. This is your cecum. Your cecum. Then the rest is pretty easy. You have the ascending colon. So you're ascending. Your ascending colon. This is very easy. Transverse. Transverse, because it's transversing. Transversing colon. And guess what? Very easy. You're descending. And then you have your rectum. Your rectum. This is your right side. This is your right side. This is your left side. This is why we ask you to lie on your left side, so that when we put the thing in, it goes into your rectum. Oh yeah, ℙ𝕒𝕗𝕗, sorry. ℙ𝕒𝕗𝕗 is here. ℙ𝕒𝕗𝕗 is here. That's a target. Thank you so much. Thank you for reminding me. ℙ𝕒𝕗𝕗. There, you're ℙ𝕒𝕗𝕗. That is the target. That is your target, the ℙ𝕒𝕗𝕗. Let me make sure I'm correct. Let's look if Juwun is actually correct. There we go. Juwun is correct. I can't believe it. I am correct. Why stop there? Because it's not easy. That's why a colonoscopy. During a colonoscopy, they actually inflate your butt. They actually inflate your colon. They pump in air They pump in air inside your colon and they insert a camera. I think that's what they do. Do they still do that? They used to do that before. Do they still do that now? I think they pump in air. I don't know how much air they pump in. But that's why the nurses want to hear you fart after your colonoscopy. The nurses want to make sure you're able to fart after your colonoscopy because they pump in air. They pump in air inside your colon. But with a small tube, with a small enema, you're not going up here. You won't be able to go up there. Have you seen those water jet drain and clogging videos? I have, but I don't think that's the way to do it. That's not the way you do it. Let me show you what we do. There is something called bowel prep. That you take it the day before. What is bowel prep, you ask? Well, think about Miralax. But not just Miralax, super Miralax. Do you know what Miralax is? Have you ever heard of Miralax? You've seen the ads. I'm pretty sure you've seen the ads. Miralax is called polyethylene glycol. You've heard of this. Polyethylene glycol is everywhere. But Miralax is polyethylene glycol plus electrolytes. Why? Why are there electrolytes? Because you're gonna make some waterworks. You're gonna make a lot of waterworks. Everything in your intestine. All 20 feet of this. All 20 feet of that. And how long is this? Is this like 7 feet, 9 feet? I don't know. All of this has to be emptied. Everything has to be gone. That's why you take it the day before. So that the next day or the evening, actually like the evening before, so that the next day everything is empty. So that the doctors, the devil's jug, for when it goes off, you will destroy the toilet. Yeah, that's why there's electrolytes, because you to prevent dehydration, because everything is going away. Everything here. What does Miralax do? What is polyethylene glycol? Basically, polyethylene glycol keeps the water inside here. It keeps the water in here and prevents the water from absorbing. Because the primary function of the large intestine is for water reabsorption. There are also vitamins. Vitamins are absorbed in the large intestine, but most of the vitamins, nutrients, and stuff is in the small intestine. So most of the vitamins, proteins, sugars, most of the absorption happens in the small intestine. The large intestine is mostly for water and some other vitamins that the bacteria in your colon break down. But mostly water. That's why if you're having diarrhea, you get electrolyte loss, because that's where the water and the electrolytes getting pooped out. All right, it's cold enough. You can go off. Them electrolytes didn't stop me from being tomato faced and needing an IV though. You got really dehydrated, huh? Wait, bowel prep? After your colonoscopy? I'm sorry to hear that. You got dehydrated from the devil's jug. Okay, it's hot again. That is unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. But yeah, that's one way to get your bowel clean. Any questions? Oh no, my bingo is not centered as usual. Bingo. I always have to reset this. Every stream I have to reset this thing. One would think, Juwun, you need to prepare beforehand. Okay, methinks I need to use the bathroom. Okay, I need to use the bathroom real quick. All these talk about bowel prep makes me want to go pee. Does the small intestine travel up and down or side to side? It comes from here. I really don't know. Who knows, right? Who really knows? All we know, it ends here, and it starts here from your duodenum. Your duodenum. Then you have your pyloric sphincter here somewhere. Your pyloric sphincter. But who really knows where it goes? I don't think there has to be a specific direction. Because have you seen a doctor? They just go in there, pull stuff out, and then shove it back in. Does there have to be a particular order? I don't think so. Okay, I will be right back. Oh, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. I should rather say I have returned. I have returned. All right, back to the horror stuff. What did I miss? Does his small intestine travel up? I think Juwun got spooked, and that's why he's enchanted for so long. Juwun's always spooked. I'm never spooked. I wish I was. I wish I was spooked more often. That would be fun. I used to chase that feeling. When I was still starting in my nursing career, I was working in a very small hospital in Minnesota, and it's a very small hospital. So when you work night shifts there, nothing really happens. unless the ER, there's an ER going on. But most of the patients, you put them to sleep, and unless they have meds at midnight, you don't really bother them until the morning. So I would huddle to this corner. They would turn on the lights off. They would turn all the lights off, and I would huddle to my corner in the nurse's station. And I would open No Sleep and just read and read. Get creeped out until the point I don't get creeped out anymore. I just don't get scared anymore. I used to live in this farmhouse, in this old farmhouse. And I would go to this scary looking room, turn off the lights and read horror stories on my laptop. But no. It's nice to feel creeped. That's the thing. It's nice to feel spooked for some reason. I think it just reminds you of your mortality. It's just like roller coaster rides. Because, I'm a vampire. We're tiger. Manticore. Phantasmal species. And the thing is, I am immortal. So it's good to be reminded that, you're not as immortal as you think you are. You have returned. Who has returned? And what have you done? And what do you plan on doing with him? I have returned. That is a secret. That is for me to know and for you to find out. And if you want returned back, you're gonna have to pay ransom. Yeah, lots of money. I have returned, and returned is a very important person. And if you don't pay me money, returned is going bye-bye. I'm gonna eat returned. Oh, where's that story? Oh, here, we found it. I have it. Okay. The Missouri Goat Man. Let's go. Okay, I will try to keep an eye on chat too. Last time I had it covering the whole window. If I look over there too, that might be more difficult. So I'll put it here. I'll make it small so I can read it. All right, let's go. Can I scroll up and down? All right. The Missouri Goat Man. Gentlemen, due to a long story last night, I feel the need to break an order I was given and tell you about the Missouri Goat Man. Now, I'm a chemical guy, and we all go in the Fort Lost in the Woods. We all go to Fort Lost in the Woods to training. This happened during an FTX, whatever that means, out in the woods. Next to a ridge and large stream bed. Every night, there is a roaming guard of 2 privates, and we have our gay little blank adapters, and we just roam around making sure no one's having sex. This happens one night when me and any buddy of mine are posted on a couple stumps, one by the light system they drag out there. Field training exercise, okay. About 0300, me and my pal are set up under the lamps, soaking in the warm exhaust because it's 25 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and fuck if we were going to be moving. We are watching the tents. joking how if anyone was going to do the nasty, it'd be difficult due to the cold, etc. Nudge buddy, tell him to catch a nap. He lolls off and is snoozing. Snow softly drifting through the trees. Peaceful. Kind of just staring into the woods when I hear a crunch of snow. Extremely faint. Have to prick up my ears to make it out. Think to myself, there's no way some idiot's going to freeze his nuts to some girl's ass. It must be a drill sergeant. Nudge my buddy awake. Tell him there's a DS in the woods. What's a DS? Gay little black adapter, dark skin. What is that? He perks up. We are both watching the wood line. Sure enough, we see a shadow come in from the wood line. Crouching low. Amazing he can be this quiet in the snow. GS. It says DS. Drill sergeant. Ah, drill sergeant. Okay. We both grin. Last time this happened, they dragged someone out and tied them to a tree for shits and giggles. The shadow gets well within camp line, crouching really, really low. Looking back, it was weird. A tent rustles, and the snow instantly stands up to full height. Fucking ID almost 7 feet tall and has goddamn horns on its fucking head. Buddy and I suck in our breath, and our eyes are wide. This isn't a fucking DS. The whatever it was opens the tent flap real slow. Peeks inside. At this time, my buddy has found a little radio we were given in case we need to contact the drill sergeants. Buddy's freaking out and telling them to get out there. Get out here. Which causes them to freak out and come ghosting out of the fucking shadows. They startle us and my buddy yells. We hear a loud grunt. All our heads turn to see this goat thing dragging a goddamn private. It has a female private. It has her legs. Holy shit, it's dragging her out of the camp. Nothing really happens for it feels like hours. Just this surreal fucking stare down. A female drill sergeant screams out a war cry and launches herself at full sprint at it. The rest of the drill sergeants pull out their pistols and charge down to get the private. He hops up and run down, scrambling to grab the chick and haul her away. The drill sergeants have taken off to chase whatever it was from the camp. As we are dragging the chick away, the entire camp is up now and setting up a perimeter around the AHA and Chow tent, 2 areas that have constant light. Tense as fuck. Everyone has their bayonets in their hands. Drill sergeants come back an hour later, looking worse for wear. Everyone loads up the Humvees and we get the fuck out of there. Apparently the drill sergeant had chased the damn thing over a creek, at which it took off into the underbrush. The female soldier was okay. Whatever it was had smothered her until she passed out. Higher command was weirded out but didn't seem fazed and simply made the drill sergeants carry full loaded M4s for the next rotations. Oh, big scary goat man. Nah, don't worry about it. Here's bigger guns. Yay, army! And there are tons of these stories of people just tearing ass out of the woods in full kit, blubbering and getting discharged due to mental instability. I myself only have one other story, and this is from a friend of mine who went to MP training there. Friend is on the last FDX in the dead of winter. He is set up with 3 other people in a tower looking over a huge expanse of woods. Scheduled off-4 attack happens. Everyone's having fun, shooting blanks, kakakakak. Suddenly, a couple of dudes come barreling out of the woods, carrying a guy who has a fucking tree branch lodged in his thigh. Everything stops. Everyone leaps into action and drags him into FOB. He is screaming and crying, "The deer man!" Drill sergeants instantly scramble for the M4s and get on a loudspeaker, demanding every private back into their little hutches. Drill sergeants break a major rule and hand out live ammo to everyone. Everyone tense as fuck. That one dude is screaming, "The deer man is out there! Jesus Christ, protect me! The deer man! Ah!" And keeps screaming until the medics arrive. Is that it? Is there a part 2? Oh, there is a part 2. Okay, is this still the Missouri deer man? Oh, Afghanistan. Okay, this is Afghanistan. Well, that's crazy. Do any of you guys understand what's going on here? I don't really understand the terminology, but I do get the gist of it. They're having training. They're having some kind of training exercise in the woods. And there's some kind of weird goat man in the woods. Does this happen often? There's a lot of stories about the Missouri goat man. I know what's going on. I wish I had more ghost stories to tell. I think I've told my ghost story already before. I guess how many of you guys here have heard my ghost story? It's not exactly, I need to like formalize it. I need to write it down somewhere and sort of formalize it, but it's not that, I don't know. It does feel creepy for me telling it, but I don't think it would be creepy for you guys listening to it. All of us, you're a ℡𝕒𝕒𝕟𝕟𝕼, so you can watch what I posted. What do you mean, all of us? All of you heard my ghost story. You know, there was this weird story too that my mom told me before. And looking back at it, it sounded like someone was trying to kidnap someone. It sounded like someone was trying to kidnap someone. It's never mind. I'll not try to dox the story. I'll try not to dox it, but I had a wealthy friend, and it sounds like someone was trying to impersonate me in order to kidnap this wealthy friend. It's kind of creepy, but we'll not go into the specifics of it. Looking back now, back then it sounded like a creepy, scary story, but thinking about it now, it does sound like someone tried to kidnap them. Pimped out by a school. How? This is like grade school. I hope not. I hope no one was trying to pimp me out in grade school. Like, that is not good. All right. All right. Okay. This is from count 7. How long is this video? It's 19 minutes. I don't want to get copyright struck. Hello, Ben Wheeler. Hello. The video is 3 stories. Oh, did we miss? No, we're still reading. Were they someone who knew you well enough to try and impersonate you? I don't think so. Because one day... I'm not going to go deep into it. But apparently someone claimed to be me calling my friend to come to this location. But instead of going to that location, the friend came to my house, which is probably a good idea. So they came to my house instead of going to that location. But it's very, very creepy. Weird story. I don't even know the specifics. But yeah. They were able to trace the call or something like that. I don't really know the specifics on their end. But yeah, it's a little creepy. Where I grew up, superstition is a very common thing. That's because Juwuns, there's a conspiracy. The Juwuns of the universe don't want everyone to know that Juwuns exist. So Juwuns do not present themselves in situations where people do not believe Juwuns exist. Because, if a Juwun appears in a place where people do not believe Juwuns exist, then that would be evidence for Juwuns, right? So Juwuns only reveal themselves in places where people believe Juwuns exist, because then we wouldn't be breaking secrecy or anything like that. Oh, good. You should go check out Pinkerton's Ghost. I've got 130 stories on YouTube channel. Great Black Cat of Witching Hour is my best standalone. About 20-30 minutes fit if you want. Okay, sure. We can cue that. Where is it? We can queue up your story if you want. You can just look, you can just throw it in the Discord. And we can probably read it. It does sound long. First time I got a small cam was in Canada. I was told they were police. What is a scam call? I was told they were police to go to some location for some case thing. I never experienced that, so I almost went through until someone stopped me. That's a good thing they did. That's scary. Didn't know horror reading was a thing. Hello, Puffin. Hello. Horror reading is a thing. If you have ghost stories, please share. I love hearing ghost stories. There's this ghost story. This is about my, or I think this is a principal. The story of a principal, but I don't know the specifics. But for some reason, she ended up on top of a tree. Like in the middle of the night, they just found her on top of the tree or something. This is when the principal was younger. But apparently something used to follow this principal around. And would just pop up. And she would just pop up at random areas like on top of the tree. A lot of things happen in trees. This is probably an Asian thing, but a lot of fairies, a lot of Juwuns live in trees. So if someone comes from a tree and invites you to go inside a tree, do not enter the tree. Do not enter the tree. This is what I found very interesting. Like, this is proof for Juwuns. This is a proof for Juwuns because a lot of cultures around the world believe that fairies live in like trees and stuff. And if they invite you into their realm, into their dimension, you should not eat their food. Because if you eat their food, something bad will happen to you, or you can no longer leave their place. And in a lot of cultures, these fairies are depicted as really pretty, really beautiful, really attractive people. So they are very tempting too, very alluring, and it's very tempting to join them, but you should not. One time my friend started going through her frontward, but wouldn't budge, so she pushed it and got outside slam. What is that? I'm entering that tree with the force of 1,000 suns. Oh, this is one of the stories. There was this one story where there was this tree, and that everyone who tried to cut it, like something bad would happen to them. So they completely gave up cutting that tree. But then they had someone like pray over the tree, bless the tree or something like that, and they were finally able to cut the tree down. It's also a culture. It's also a part of our culture that if you were to pee in the woods, you need to be careful where you're peeing, because you do not want to offend these fairies. Because if you offend these fairies, bad stuff will happen to you. I'm sure this is common in a lot of cultures too, I think, right? Where you get stuck in the forest. And no matter what you do, you get stuck in one place. Oh, I remember a story. This was a story told in my high school. And there is a girls' dormitory. It's not exactly a boarding school. I guess partially a boarding school. Partially a boarding school, something like that. So there's a dormitory. And this happened in the girls' dormitory. There was a girl who, like, one night, I can't remember the specifics. Was she using the bathroom or whatever? So she went downstairs to do whatever she had to do. But when she was done doing what she did, and she started going back up to her room, climbing the stairs, she noticed that she was stuck. Like, she kept on walking up. The stairs, but the stairs never ended. Like, she was stuck in place, or the stairs were like moving. So she was stuck in place for a long time. And in my culture, if this happens to you, what you should do is invert your clothes. You need to turn your clothes inside out, and that will break whatever spell you're caught in. And that's what she did, and she was able to escape the spell. Or whatever. Either that or she prayed. I can't remember. A lot of these stories also end up in prayer. You have to ensure it's offered with no obligation or debt. Kidnapping in Canada have gotten so bad. There was a case where a girl maced 4 plaincloths. What's a plaincloth? A police. And when they went to the trial, the judge gave her a pass before any of the lawyers could speak. So the police were in plain clothes and they tried to capture her for some reason. Why did they try to capture her? I've got one for you when my Discord wait ends. Never been read out before. Okay. One time, my friend was trying to go through her front door. It was stuck, and after a little, when she got outside, the door slammed shut behind her. Ooh. Could have been the wind. I do have a creepy story to... I don't think it's exactly creepy, but this is a story of a girl I knew. And she lived in this place, and she was alone. Like, she was alone in her house at this time. And she was playing something on her... She was playing a computer game. She was on her computer playing a game. And she was completely alone in her room when all of a sudden, an old lady peeked her head through her room door, and said, "Wow, that's a nice show you're watching." And she was very shocked. She was very scared. So the old lady just said that, and she walked out. And when this girl went out to check, there was no one in her house. The doors were locked, everything like that. But she was completely alone. There was no one there. So she ran out. She decided to get out of there and play outdoors. But it does sound like an old person could have wandered there. I don't know. It wasn't like exactly like out of the realm of possibility. It wasn't out of the realm, because the old lady could have found the door open, probably like demented. She walked in, saw her playing a video game, said, "Wow, that's a nice show," because the old lady obviously doesn't know what a video game is, and then could have walked out and locked everything. But it's still very creepy when you think about it. You sure she wasn't just on a Stairmaster at the gym? You never know. They claimed they knew she had a weapon, but the judge wouldn't even hear it. Prayers work because those who reject God cannot stand his attention to being brought near, though sometimes God doesn't protect those who hate him. You should react to a wartime story. Who's a wartime story? The detail was the judge actually was a witness to the events. Oh, okay. So he wasn't going to give them the time of the day. I don't believe that, but I believe the claim that he saw the video at go down. Well, like I said in the Discord, I heard about the Afghanistan story from military intelligence back in 2009. One semi-drunken night. Lots of creepy stuff out of Afghanistan mountains. Yeah, my mom calls games cartoons. Yeah, so it does sound like within the realm of possibility, but it's still kind of creepy. Okay, let's read Afghanistan. All right. Well, gentlemen, I am drunk. And I feel that this is about the only time I can really tell the story, so here it goes. Sorry, that was loud. Oh no. 2 burps got out this stream. I've tried to block the 2 burps, but... I've tried to block all the burps, but 2 of them were able to escape. I'm sorry. I apologize. I am apology. Okay, let's go back to reading. Well, gentlemen, I am drunk, and I feel this is about the only time I can tell this story, so here goes. In Afghanistan, Marine squad leader, on an extended patrol, basically sit out there and watch the surrounding desert, occasionally catch a few guys emplacing IEDs. At about 1:30, checking up on my guys to make sure they aren't falling asleep, need anything. Get to my last Vic. Guy in the turret says he's watching a group of about 5 guys walking to a compound in the distance on thermals. Grab thermals. Get talked onto them. And that's when things get weird. Technically, they were colder than the surrounding environment. Weird. Keep eyes on since nothing else to do. Entire time, they are still heading to this compound in the distance. Get there. They spend about 5 minutes milling around outside. Looks like they go to the front gates a few times, but hard to see. Don't know how, but they got the gate open and then sprint right inside. Hear distant gunshots, call it in. COC says check it out. Could be a Taliban fucking up the locals. Get everyone up and ready. Blackout conditions and move to the compound. For those just tuning in, I'm sorry I'm swearing, but... I'm sorry I'm swearing. I don't usually swear, but... We're trying to stay true to the source material. Fortunately, you were successful. I didn't hear any burp. Really? I think I... Okay. Thank you, Mike. I'm gonna go cook foods now. Juwun can wiggle his butt. Bros found Mr. Freeze. Rolling up on the compound about 500 meters away. See a kid book it out of the compound. Run straight out. Happens to be toward us. I say fuck it. Flip on the lights. He sees our lights. Head right for us even faster than he did before. Gets to us. Starts screaming at us and our terp is flipping shit. Just as he got to us, 8 dudes came out of the compound and started sprinting towards us as well. Still 300 meters away, so we pop a star cluster at them to get them to halt. Still running, 200 meters away, pop another. Kid is still babbling, terp is screaming to shoot. Get on the radio, keep COC updated. They hit 100 meters. Pen flare goes off. 50 meters. CO says it's my call. They are now in range of our headlights. All of them are covered in blood. I give them the go-ahead. Too close to effectively use our 50s and our marks. So think fuck, my turret gunners grabbed their SAWs instead. The whole squad had dismounted by then. Doc was checking out the kid. 8 dudes getting lit up by 3 SAWs and the rest of the squad mag dumping with their rifles. Needless to say, didn't take long since we were Marines and we generally don't miss. Check the bodies. all unarmed but drenched in blood. More than could be accounted for with our 5-second one-sided firefight. Call it in, head to check out the compound. Set up a cordon. I take the dismounts and Terp up to compound. Terp is screaming to just level the place with an airstrike. Fucking Terps, always saying we should use way more than we should. Sometimes they're right. At the gate, not forced to open, but there was body parts right on the inside. Looked like one person got ripped apart. Real nasty, worse than when I saw a chick ripped in half from a mortar. Guns up, clearing the rest of the compound. Everyone inside has their guts ripped out, arms ripped off, necks torn out or otherwise dismembered and dead. Call in what we found. COC tells me to stand by. Smoke a couple of cigarettes. Terp is asking when the airstrike is coming in. COC finally gets back and tells me that a special human exploitation team is coming out to assist. What is this arrow? Human exploitation team. Anyone care to explain to those who aren't former service what this actually means? Interrogation, building trust with locals, gleaning info. COC finally gets back and tells me that a special human exploitation team is coming to assist. What? We've got a kid who is basically in shock and a whole bunch of dead bodies. Whatever they want us to wait, we'll wait. COC also says not to go into the compound. Could be rigged with IEDs. Thanks for the timely intel, guys. We wait for about 45 minutes when I get a call from a helo asking us to mark an LZ. What is an LZ? For them. Landing zone, I'm guessing. Alright. Don't know why they couldn't just drive out here. Hope we don't have to drive them back or whatever to whatever FOB they came from after they're done. Helo shows up, lands, drops off 3 dudes and then takes off. Hello, CPL. What is CPL? Hello, CPL Anna, and I am Major so-and-so. Heard you had something interesting for my team. Give them a rundown. Corporal. Okay, Corporal. Give them a rundown of the events leading up to the shoot order. Yes, sir, we did. We conducted a full search of the compound, found nothing. He gets quiet, goes over to the bodies, uses blue light on his flashlight to check out the bodies. Blue light makes it easier to see fluids like blood and oil at night. He calls his 2 guys over, says a few words, and they drop their packs and start changing into MOP. MOPP gear. Think rubber suits, rubber boots, rubber gloves, and gas masks if you don't know. Tells me to just wait. More waiting. They go inside, spend 5 minutes, and then about 5 to 8 gunshots real quick, probably different people shooting simultaneously. Oh shit. Without thinking, I grab a couple of my guys and book it to the compound again. Calling out for the Major. Oh fuck, if we missed a spider hole or something and got them killed, we are fucked. I'm the first one in through the gate, and just as I got through it, one of the guys steps right in front of me and says everything is fine, and they just had a negligent discharge. He also says they found an IED manufacturing room and that we should leave since it isn't safe and they're doing the same. What? Who the fuck accidentally shoots off 8 rounds? And we sure as shit didn't miss something as big or important as an IED components. They finish up. Helo comes back and picks them up. We head back to base, get directed to a larger FOB halfway there. No explanation. Just told to go and link up with the captain. Already exhausted, we get there at around 800. As soon as we are called for permission to enter friendly lines, we are told to wait again. 30 minutes of sitting in front of this gate waiting. Finally get waved through and we are immediately directed to a staging right on the inside of the wire. Guys are standing in MOPP suits, get told to dismount and shed all our gear. Apparently, the Major found evidence of possible chemical weapons in the IED factory, so we need to be scrubbed for exposure. we get shuffled off to some makeshift showers where we strip down half of our gear to dudes in MOPP suits to clean it while we ourselves get a freezing cold bleach shower in what amounts to basically a few tarps hung for a semblance of privacy from the rest of the FOB. After all said and done, they had given every last bit of our gear and ourselves a full scrub. We got different vehicles since it could take them longer to do those plus replacing the crew systems and other electronics in them. A few weeks later, we got sent to some convoy up to a major FOB. Get told that whole squad has to go to medical to check for any adverse reaction to the exposure from that night. Get our blood drawn, then nothing. Went on a patrol. Near where that compound was later, nothing left but a crater. All the locals stayed away from it too. And that, my friends, is my story. I can elaborate on why I think shit was not on the level due to minor details. You don't use bleach to clean up chemical weapons, that's for biologic stuff only. But there it is, mostly uncut from my perspective at the time. After telling the story, the OP goes to point out another weird thing about the event. Where the things initially went into the compound, there were only 5 of them. But then the convoy was attacked by 8 individuals. Where did the others come from? Ooh, creepy. I love it. I love it. That's a good story. There's something interesting about the Middle East and their vampires. Vampires and zombies from the Middle East and stuff like that. You know, the frog people. Isn't there a conspiracy? The frog people of Iran, Iraq. Frog people. The amphibians, the native amphibians of Iran. So similar area. Native amphibians. Oh, that's not it. There's something like the amphibians of the Iran, Iraq. I can't remember. I can't remember the. I can't remember the conspiracy theory. Where you're dropped off or picked up after collecting Juwuns in the wilderness. What's that? FOB? Great story. I love it. Okay. All right, check this, a true story. All right, we have someone from do you want to be credited? I'll just read it. All right, this is a true story. Be me, checking out an occult bookstore. Begin chatting with a lady next to me. Mention being a Christian, interested in Holy Grail stories. At the name of Christ, I feel immense anger. Look around the bookcase. Idol of foreign gods, Thor, Indra, and other cases. Just immense seething anger. They know I won't break them. They know they can't touch me. Take my time. Buy book on Holy Grail. People start buying sage and purifying talismans. Just felt like it. Leave. Still feel anger until I leave the parking lot. Like hell, that stuff is just statues or whatever. Let me know if you want sci-fi horror or more modern fantasy. I want like real ghost stories. I love listening to ghost stories from Ben, okay. I love listening to ghost stories. Real ghost stories. People's ghost stories. I have stories from my friends that I ask them, but I'm not very good at narrating their stories. Because again, it's their stories. I like hearing it from them, but I can't I can't tell them myself. Never heard about frog people interact. I can't remember if it's frog people or something. Frog people, amphibians. Like there are statues of frog people, and oh yeah, they're just here or something like that. But there were definitely some places in Mosul that would feel unfriendly to be in, where the locals would seem to avoid. Usually hot too. I have some I've experienced, but don't have the space to type them out here. You like writing stories, right? Maybe sometime when you get the chance, you can put it down to paper. Like, even in winter monsoon season, there were places where you'd be unable to quench your thirst. Those are also like stories where like things are supposed to be one way but feel the other way. Those are good stories. Like where it's supposed to be cold. Like in the beginning of that story, human beings are supposed to be warm, but those things, vampires or whatever they were, they were colder than the surrounding. Those were actually Juwuns. Those are Juwuns that got murdered. Murdered in cold blood. For some reason, this reminded me. Have you seen the series on Netflix, Black Mass or Midnight Mass? Yeah, there was a series on Netflix called Midnight Mass about some kind of a cult. It's fictional. Some kind of a cult out there. I think it's somewhere in the West Coast. Somewhere there. Or it could have been in the Northeast Coast. I can't remember. But a lot of it's basically a story about a Catholic priest who is very culty. But I like how they handled the writer. The writer was an atheist, but I love how they handled the Catholic people, the Catholic people living in that island. Because even though they were tricked into joining this vampire cult. They were tricked into join the vampire cult. They were still humanized, because a lot of times, especially in modern storytelling, Christians are just depicted as like non-human. So I'm okay. But I'm not Catholic, so I don't know how the Catholics feel about it. But I think they did justice. But basically, the story is about a priest who gets turned into a vampire, and he believes the vampire's an angel for whatever reason. It's kind of weird. The vampire that turned him, and he starts performing miracles. But he's not actually performing miracles. He's turning the locals into vampires. There's stories about 6-fingered giants being killed in Afghanistan too. Let me hunt them up for you. Everyone has stories of giants. That is also like very interesting, because every culture has stories of giants, especially in the culture where I live in. There is this story, I don't know the specifics, but basically this guy ran into something which he thought was a tree. And when he looked up, it was a leg. And it happened in a certain place up in the mountains. And I have been there. I've been to this place. And it's mostly mountain. It's far from the city. It's very far from the city. It's a very mountainous region. So it's somewhat believable. Because it's dark, not a lot of light there. And the guy was just running around, running from something. I can't remember what. And he bumped into a tree. And when he looked up, it was a leg. My mom has a lot of these. I think I heard this story from my mom. She has a lot of these stories. I wish I could tell some of them, but I'm afraid that I might dox myself. Hello, ℚ𝕒𝕗𝕟𝕼. You have a story? Yes, please share your horror stories. Count 7 is a lot of green text. Oh, this is from X. X is the craziest board probably on 4chan. There's a quite few here. Havoc Journal is a military news site. They wrote the article sort of tongue-in-cheek, but there's actual military boards about it too. High strangeness in the shadows of the Afghan war. Lots of giants. Okay. Oh, wait. I disappeared. Where did I go? Okay. We can react to a video here. Since the video that Random Perv sent us has 3 stories, let's react to the first story. A little reacting every now and then won't hurt. Bingo be gone. Okay. I was in my room and I saw what looked like my mom's shadow. Her hair was all spiked up. It was in my sister's room. I could see her shadow. Thing is, the next morning I asked her if she was up. She said no. There's a similar story to that. It's like one of those, what do you call this? 2-sentence horror stories, right? Like this, the 2-sentence horror story. I heard my mom calling from upstairs. And then someone grabs her and then it's her mom telling her that's not me. Something like that. I can't remember what it was. You know, 2-sentence horror stories are pretty cool too. Can you come up with a 2-sentence horror story? I wonder if are you guys I am not that talented. I wonder if you guys are. Are you able to make a good 2-sentence horror story? Let me try to come up with a one. You're gonna have to give me like 3 hours. 3 hours to tell a ghost story. How about this? You know, these 2-sentence horror stories are more like have some kind of plot twist. So I think a lot of thought go into this here. Yeah, I can't come up with anything. I'm gonna have to be quiet for like several minutes if I need to come up with a story. Yeah, nothing's coming. I can't come up with anything. If you do, though, I would appreciate it. If you shared it. Let me move myself here to the corner. There. All right, let's take a look at the first story. The Leaf. Is this a Canada reference?
Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're
I got you.
well,
Okay.
Staying happy and healthy and warm or cool, depending on where you're watching this from. Hey, I was out of a job, and so yeah, let's jump into that. Thank you for watching.
The Leaf. Is this a Canada
When I was
reference?
20, I was out of a job and didn't have any university or plans on going to university. I was basically lost in limbo without knowing where to turn next. I was living at home and spent hours on the internet, staying up all night and sleeping all day. Know what that's like. I was always
Who
a bit of an
doesn't?
introvert that preferred the company of me, myself, and I. Staying up through the night and disregarding the day was a way out of the norm and avoiding people altogether. Then I got the classic talk from my dad that all kids get when they're being useless, sitting at home and doing nothing.
I think I sent the wrong one. The one I was thinking was 3 separate stories. Oh, this is just one story. If this is one long story, then that might not be a good idea. 20 minutes is very long for a video. All right, let's read ℚ𝕒𝕗𝕗's story. And my father and dad saw me walking by one time with my coat and socks. Thing is, I was in the living room asleep. I recall having my coat and socks on, and I woke up cold with no socks and no coat. My brother said he saw the thing with the coat. It had feet. Let me read it again. I'm sorry. The thing, it had no feet. Oh, okay. It was just floating. It sounds similar to the... My body just twists. Why does my body twist like this? I guess it's just the way I'm positioned right now. All right, let's read your story. Okay, more Afghanistan stuff. Did I spell it right? My dad and brother saw me walk by is what I'm saying. They saw you walk by even though you were in the you were sleeping. It was a skinwalker. It was not a skinwalker, it was a skin floater because it didn't have feet. I just gave myself CPR. Who wants CPR? I will give you CPR. No, not that. Not to mouth to mouth. I will give you chest compressions. I will give you chest compressions. Not CPR. If that happened to you, what do you do? Fight or flight, baby. I would fight. You see these hands? These hands are... These very manly hands would start flying. You would see karate moves like you wouldn't believe. I am not afraid of the dark. I am the dark. Mouth to mouth. There's no mouth to mouth. It's only chest compressions. Mouth to mouth is no longer advised. Ever since COVID happened, you have to use a bag. Or like a protective device. Mouth to mouth, or you just do full chest compressions, no mouth to mouth. You wait for the emergency medical services to arrive. If you don't have this pocket breathing device. Bike pump to mouth. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. You need the correct amount of pressure. You don't want to blow up their lungs. All right, let's read this Afghanistan. Do you have any creepy stories? I feel like I've told all my creepy stories already. But when I was still a nursing student, we were sent to a trip to a far-off village to basically take care of the village. Because where I'm from, I come from a third world country. We don't have like hospitals everywhere. So a lot of the medical services are performed by nurses. So nurses even have the power to diagnose. out there in the country where there's no doctor. So basically, we were sent to this village. We stayed in the village for about a month. And long story short, a lot of weird stuff happened. First thing we were told, one of the rules. So we were given a bunch of rules when we first arrived to this village. And one of the rules were, some of the rules were made sense. But some of the rules were just like weird. So one of the rules is that we were not supposed to fetch water. So we lived on top of a hill. Our house, basically the house we lived in was on top of a hill. This is far from like cities, so there's no like water supply. There's no water services. So in order to get water, there was a pump. There was a well. There was a well way down the hill. So it's quite a distance. As a matter of fact, you couldn't see the well from the house. So it's quite a ways away. So we get all the water we need at the start of the day. And we can take a bath in the well whenever we wanted to, but we're not supposed to go to the well after 5 p.m. That was one of the rules. Another one of the rules is that we're not supposed to touch anything that is present in the house, which also makes sense. But we're not supposed to touch any of the stuff in there, and we're not supposed to go snooping around looking for stuff, something like that, which kind of makes sense. It does make a little bit of sense. And then another rule, which was kind of weird. Most of the rules were just commonplace, like be careful, no, thou shalt have no, stuff like that. But another one of the rules was you should not tell ghost stories. Do not tell ghost stories. Which is kind of weird. Why should we not tell ghost stories? Whatever, we're not supposed to tell ghost stories. After the month was over, all the rules were in our last night in that place. All the rules were annulled. We were free to break the rules. We were free. And people started sharing their ghost stories. And the weirdest stuff is that even though people did not share ghost stories with each other, sometimes they did. Breaking the rules are easy, but for the most part, people did not share their ghost stories. But when people started sharing their ghost stories, there was a pattern that started appearing. Basically, there were 3 entities living in that place, and even the nurses, our instructors, verified that there were 3 entities living in that place. Basically, there is a dark man, not a black man, a dark man, a pale woman, and a child. And these characters were characters that a lot of my classmates saw. So the reason why we're not supposed to go down to the well, there was a group of my classmates, and they were really behind on their chores. So they were not able to do their dishes, to wash their dishes or whatever, until later on in that day. And so they were out in the well really late. It was already dark. It was getting dark past 5 p.m. and they were doing their dishes. And while they were doing their dishes or washing up and stuff, they smelled smoke, like something burning, something very foul burning. And they could not tell where it was coming from. They looked around. They couldn't see anything. They couldn't see anyone. One thing I failed to mention was that in this well, there was a very big tree. This tree was very big. Think about an acacia tree, something like an acacia tree, a really big acacia tree that grew beside the well, and it was so big it grew over the well. And when they looked up into the tree, they saw this dark figure just sitting up in that tree. And they ran out. They ran away. They ran away. They booked it out of there. They grabbed their dishes and they booked it out of there. Other people also said they could smell. Some people said they didn't see a dark man, but they would say they smelled like smoke, which doesn't make any sense because there's really nothing near that well. Me and my friends did some exploring there later on. Around the well area, there was like a stream that flowed by the well, and we followed the well upstream, and there was a cave. There was a cave like up. I don't think the water flowed out of the cave, but there was a cave. It was a big cave, and we tried throwing stones into the cave, and you could hear water. So there was water in that cave. But we were not supposed to go there. But we just took a look at the thing there. Another one of the stories that one of my classmates said was that, let's erase Afghanistan for now. Afghanistan is a little distracting. So this house that we were living in is 2 stories. This 2-storied house, it was basically a stilt house. This is common in Asian countries. A stilt house is like a house that's built on stilts. Duh. That was basically the house. But later on, a later addition was built in. Basically what the ground was turned into a first floor. So the stilts were turned into a first floor, and then you have the house. The main house on the second floor. Yeah, I'm from Asia. A dark man sounds like a spirit. It's not that one movie you point out, but that you can see them well, you end up bye-bye. In the way the characters communicate with the dead through a static TV. I don't think it's related to TVs, but yeah. Now, during our stay there, we're taking care of the villagers, but some people stay in the house to take care of the house too. While we take care of the villagers, there's someone taking care of the house. And while this person was taking care of the house, or like, I believe she was probably taking a break upstairs, she saw something outside the window. And when she went to take a closer look, it looked like a woman outside the window. Mind you, she was on the second floor. There is no way someone would be outside the window on the second floor because they would be floating. That creeped her out, and she ran to the first floor and booked it out of there. And related to this, at the end of the day, after doing all our work and stuff, we would meet inside. We would meet in the first floor. And we would just talk about our day. Not about ghost stories, because we're not supposed to. We would talk about our, like, what we learned. How do we improve? Stuff like that. Just random team building stuff. And a lot of people noticed. They didn't say it then, but a lot of people noticed someone. This is nighttime. This is nighttime in a village with no streetlights. But they would notice someone like seemingly walking around the house. At night, in the middle of the night, in the dark. This is in the wood, not exactly in the woods, up in the mountains where there are wooded areas. But there would be someone walking around, and people just think it's probably a creep. But then I promise you, during one of these times, during one of these meetings, It was not dark. This was in broad daylight. All of us were in the meeting. So there was no one outside. And the villagers, mind you, the villagers are far away. They don't live close by, and the villagers don't stop by the house unless there's a meeting with the villagers. It sounds like Minecraft. It started to sound like Minecraft, but they don't live close to the house, and they don't come unless there was a meeting, like a village meeting or something. But while we were having our meeting indoors, we were taking a video. We were taking a video of the meeting. And later on, while reviewing the footage of this video, I wish I had the video saved somewhere. I think I did. Outside the window, there seemed to be a woman walking around the house. You can see there's a woman walking around the house, but she doesn't have a gate. You know what a gate is, right? When you walk, you bob up and down. You're bobbing when you walk. Everyone has a gate. It almost looked like this woman was just floating. And it was caught on tape, but I don't know. I don't remember where this tape is located. Another weird thing that happened during that trip was there were just weird things around the house. Just weird stuff. Like, for example, I told you before this was a stilt house. So the original structure was a stilt house. The only way to get up to the stilt house was a ladder, obviously. But when you got up to the second floor, to the main floor, you could see that there is a door. There used to be a door that just leads to nowhere. Like, it's just a door that opens up to the middle of the air. It used to be a door. They obviously fixed it so it wasn't a door anymore. But it just looks like they changed it. They turned it into a window, but it looked like a door. It looked like a door that just opened up to the air. And it could have been a patio. Who knows? It doesn't look like there was any way for it to be a patio. And something very interesting is that around the house, in every you can say portal, so every window, every archway, every door inside that house, there's something me and my friends noticed when we were snooping around. There were these glass vials on top of, like, behind every window. So, like, if you were to like on top of the window frame, if you were to like reach back there, you would find a vial. On top of every doorway, there was a vial. Every arch inside, there was a vial. Every window, everything had a vial. And these vials were empty, but in my culture, people believed in a special kind of liquid that would either repel these basically vampires. It would repel vampires, or it would activate. It would start to bubble or do something like that when a vampire was near. And these vampires could fly out of, they could fly basically. So the suspicion was that door that led to nowhere was a door that the vampire used to use. Just to fly out into the night. So what it felt like is that house used to, like, a vampire used to live in that house. And that's why the oil bottles are everywhere. Is to repel the vampire from coming back, basically. So they had oil in every window, every doorway, every archway, every room to repel the vampire. from ever coming back. And on one of the last days, me and my friends were snooping around the house. Outside. We were looking outside the house. And we noticed a weird structure outside the house, but we didn't see it inside the house. It looked like there was space outside the house for a closet. But there was no closet inside the house. Like you could obviously make out the form, like a protrusion. Like there's a space for something there. But inside the house there was nothing. And so we snooped around inside the house. And you know what? We found a locker. It was a secret locker. And in that secret locker was covered by like wallpaper and stuff. So we pried the locker open, and it looked like it kind of looked like a shrine, to be honest with you. There were trinkets here and there, and I kid you not. I am not joking. But there was a tiger in there. There was a tiger figurine, which I stole. I stole it. And I took it with me. And I brought it back when this whole trip was over. I brought it back with me to my college. And it is there. I don't know. I'm not sure if my professor kept it or whatever. But we had to create some kind of project. We had to create some kind of project about our trip. And I put that tiger there. I put the tiger in the project. And you know what? That is how I became a vampire, were-tiger, manticore, phantasmal species. That is how I was able to possess the body of my host. And that is Juwun's origin story. Thank you. I honestly don't know what happened to that tiger anymore. But look at me now. I am a vampire were-tiger. So something happened. Something really magical happened there. But that is my lore. That is how I came to be. No, seriously though. There was a tiger, and I did steal a tiger. I'm pretty sure, what do you call this? The statute of limitations has passed. No one can prison me. No one can send me to jail now for stealing that tiger. I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations the statute of limitations has long passed, and I am safe. So I can tell the story. But it is very interesting that I am now a tiger boy. Kind of weird, don't you think? But there were more stories. I'm not very good at storytelling. That is my part of the story. I'm pretty sure others have. There were more stories, like the kid. There were people who saw the kid. The kid did make sightings. And people heard their names being called in the middle of the night. Being called by, there were these two girls. There were these two girl classmates, and they were chatting up late in the night, talking to each other. And everyone else was asleep. But while they were chatting with each other, the room where everyone stored their stuff, no one sleeps in the store, basically the locker room. They heard one of the girls. So one of the girls, they heard the voice of one of the two girls calling them from inside the locker room. Kind of creepy. So they just decided to pray and go to sleep. But both of them heard it. Both of them heard the voice of one of the girls call to them to go into the room. Called to them from inside the room. Yeah. Creepy stuff. All right. That is my story. I think I've told that story like 3 times now. All right, who's next? Okay. Scottish ghost story. What is this? Is it safe to download? Sorry for the weird two-parter. Excuse me, sorry. They wouldn't let me post the first half for some reason. Oh, okay. Is this a ghost? Is this a real ghost story? It is from your memory. Okay, let's see. I found an ancient tome of lore many years ago. All right, let's see. Well, it doesn't have a All right, let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Scottish ghost story. Okay, I got this from an old and ancient book of Scottish ghost stories. Once there was a man who passed away suddenly. He had been hard-working, honest man who asked for no charity. Sadly, he had no children willing to live in his town, and they sold the house. Well, in the course of things, a new family moved into his house and put all his stuff into the basement. Even the same night they slept in his old house, they heard stomping and crashing in their basement. They came down and saw a light flashing between the joists of the floor and at the door to the basement. They charged down, thinking they were being robbed, but nothing could be seen and nothing was out of place except for a brass lantern. The next night, they slept, thinking that they had imagined the whole thing. After all, who would steal an old man's junk? Well, wouldn't you believe it? But again, they heard crashing and stomping. They went down to investigate, and now the brass lantern was on their dining room table. That morning, they went to their parson, who promised to stay the night and see what he would see. Not even an hour after he laid his head to rest, he heard it, the stomping, the crashing, He got up, and lo and behold, a ghostly hand was holding up the brass lantern, shaking it. Blue fire burst from the lantern, covering everything in a ghostly blue light. The lantern came closer and closer to the person, who sat shivering in his bed, forgetting his prayers and book. The lantern floated over, shaking in the ghostly hand, like a man holding it before him. There was a little bit of smoke from the fire, and a man's gaunt face blew through the faint smoke. When the lantern reached him, the hand shook it and shoved it into his hands. Then, when the parson took the lantern, the ghostly hand disappeared and the blue light went out. A ghostly wail peered out as the light faded. The parson shook in his blankets all night, and when the morning came, he examined the lantern. The old man must have put some purpose in his hunting. The parson knew that the old man, for who else could be haunting the house? So he went to the last man who had seen the old man taking the lantern with him. It had been a cold and rainy night when the old man passed. He caught a cold and died. There could be no foul play, but the parson worried as he knocked on the door. The old man's friend had lent him the lantern that night. It was cold and dark, and he didn't want the old man to lose his way, so the parson returned the lantern to him. When the old man's friend took the lantern, the two men heard a noise over the mind, as if someone was flying over the trees and making them rustle, and a sigh like a man relieved of a heavy burden. The old man had been so honest, the fact that he had not returned the lantern caused him to come back as a ghost, only to be freed by the return of the lantern. So it was, the family never had another ghostly night at that house, at least from the honest old man's ghost. That's more wholesome than scary. Actually, it's not even scary, it's just wholesome. I needed Juwun to scare my pants off. Boo! Did that work? Did that scare your pants off? A Scottish historian went through the local towns, taking down their ghost stories and recollecting them. This is one of the stories. Okay. What a wholesome ghost. How many things do I have open? It did get my pants off, but not from fear. That's one way of scaring the pants off. All right, back to Afghanistan. I have so many windows open. Let's get rid of some of these windows. Where is that window? Oh, there it is. All right, more Afghanistan stuff. The Giants of Afghanistan. Giants are a storied tale of myth and legend. Almost every culture has a tale of massive humanoids who predate man by a long shot. A story made famous on Ardbell's Coast to Coast AM was the account of Giants of Kandahar. The story revolves around a special force team encountering a giant, a red-headed man with 6 fingers on each hand and double rows of teeth. Details, which I might add, are shared by many stories and accounts of giants from dozens of cultures in history. I will let you decide on the validity of that story. From my own opinion, I believe it's made-up tale. It's too convenient, too Hollywood. It sounds like it was conjured up with a barest understanding of special operations and military jargon. But consider this. What if it is true? There are many accounts of soldiers who have reported seeing massive humanoids that tower over normal man in Afghanistan. These stories are out there, albeit hard to come by. Not many are going to come forward and claim they saw a massive man running down the mountains of Afghanistan. But perhaps there is something truly massive out there. Okay, there are several stories here. So let's say the giants of Afghanistan. You know, maybe these were the... Alright, Afghanistan is not Iraq. Afghanistan is not Iraq. Iraq. But what if these were the weapons of mass destruction? The weapons of mass destruction were the giants. Alright, the giants of Kunar. I was deployed as an infantry team leader with the army in the Kunar province of Afghanistan from 2008 to 2009. One night, we set in on an observation panel to overlook a village that we suspected IEDs were coming out of due to a successful IED recovery a few weeks prior. My lieutenant gave me a new thermal imaging system called the Recon 3 that none of us were familiar with and told me to figure out what I can and pass along the information to the other team leaders. I started messing with the Recon 3 to see its capabilities and was surprised at the clarity of the zoom on it. I spent most of my time messing with the different functionalities and watching the village. I started to look across the valley to what I could see, and that led me to look along the spur we were set on and saw a very large heat signature at the top of one of the falls peaks. I did everything I could to get a clear image, as clear of an image as I could, suspecting that it was a group of Taliban huddled together around the light as they tend to do in the mountains. All of a sudden, the heat signature stood up as one being. The trees in the area grew up to about 10 to 12 feet tall, and this thing was at least as tall, if not taller than the trees that surrounded it. It started taking steps parallel to my position and was covering ground quickly with ease. Its stride was slow and relaxed, yet it moved with incredible speed. That led me to believe that this creature was gigantic. It very quickly traversed the landscape, and I lost sight of it along a neighboring spur. I did not believe what I saw initially, assuming I had imagined it. I had never seen anything like it in my life. I didn't tell many people about it while I was in, and even when I got out, I kept it to myself, thinking there was no way I saw what I saw. But in 2010, I listened to a story on Coast to Coast, specifically about the story of the giants of Kandahar. That made all my memories of my time in service come flooding back and made me consider other things I saw during that deployment. For instance, the creature was described as having a fire orange hair, and it reminded me of a tradition the locals in the area of my sighting would do. They would dye their hair a bright orange color, or even dye their goats the same color. They never gave any explanation why. It seemed like it was every once in a while they would do this, and then all of a sudden, those orange-dyed goats would be gone, and the locals' hair would no longer be dyed orange. I assumed maybe it was a cultural thing I didn't understand, but now it makes me wonder if that was some kind of gesture to the creature / Nephilim, or if the goats were sacrificed to it. I am a Christian, and the Bible briefly discussed the men of renown, aka the Nephilim. I think that's what I saw. A member of an ancient race of giants that descended from fallen angels. Or it could be something like Sasquatch, I'm not sure. From an anonymous US Army soldier. Ooh, creepy. Good art, Bell. His best was the guy building a time machine in his grandparents' basement. He disappeared, though his parents' house supposedly burned down on the night of his experiment. Wait, is that the time machine? By what's the author's name again? I'm sorry if my mouth is not moving properly. I wonder if it's because of the lighting. I have my room very dark just to match the vibes. H.G. Wells, thank you. Okay, giants on the feed. I was doing a sensor operator on the Reaper, heading up to work, a tasking in the northern part of the country, scanning around, doing my thing and looking at stuff. There are small villages up high in the central mountains that I've scanned probably a dozen times. Found a super small mud hut, which is where I saw the giants. They were 3-ish, maybe even 4 meters tall. There's a ruler tool that tells you how wide your crosshair is, and people were as tall as the crosshair was wide. A few mud huts were extremely rudimentary, like just a mound with some holes for a door and windows. They didn't do anything crazy, just normal people things, tending fires and other chores. I wish I could say they did something exciting, but really just mobbed around their small clearing. There were a few goats tied up and a fire that one person is tending. Hard to tell details, but they seemed to wear rugged clothing. I would guess similar to Afghan traditions from how they moved, but they seemed heavily cloaked. The only interesting thing was the size. The goats looked like cats next to them. This was all mid-wave IR at night, so they showed up as black humanoid heat signatures. I wish I could have used our daytime camera. I always wonder if they had red hair, LOL. I only monitored them for like 10 minutes before we were too far away to see. So a lot of giants in Afghanistan. What are they hiding there? Hello, Senchark. Hello. What are your thoughts on giants? Giants. So my thoughts on giants. I feel like they, the story of the Nephilim. So a lot of people, it's kind of memed. It's kind of, hello Rastalilon, hello. It's kind of memed that the Nephilims are descendants of angels and demons. But the Nephilim are basically the descendants of, are basically human angel hybrids. But specifically speaking, the Nephilim are demigods. The Nephilim are pretty much demigods. When you're, I'm just talking within context of the Hebrew Old Testament. The Nephilim are supposed to represent the demigods during the time of the ancient Israelites. So how the Egyptian, like their neighbors, the Egyptians, their gods are depicted as giants. Also, like in Mesopotamia, their superheroes are once again. I am once again in a gender affirming outfit. Good for you. Their demigods are depicted as bigger than humans, pretty much. And that is basically what the Bible, or at least Genesis, is trying to portray. Because these kings of the ancient Near East, so like Mesopotamia and Egypt, these kings claim to be descendants of gods, basically. These are the descendants of gods, which what the Old Testament is trying to say. They are the offspring of these fallen angels, who are basically the gods. That might sound weird coming from like Christian lore, but Christian lore does not exclude the existence of other gods. Actually, Christian lore confirms the existence of other gods. They're just small g gods. And these Nephilim are supposedly the descendants of these small g gods, or hybrids, however that came to be. Giants existing are basically Juwuns. They're another type of Juwun. Juwun is also a Nephilim, very complicated lore. I have a true story. My aunts and uncles saw one on an Indian burial ground. Their parents told them not to go there, and they took their dogs. The dogs saw and ran away. 8 people saw the same thing. There are a lot of... I remember... I've talked about this before, right? My cousin... when I was in high school, my cousin would take me to her college, would take me around with her college friends. So she'd take me to their house, and one of them told me this story about their house. Like, she was coming home one time from her classes or whatever, and her dog was outside. And it was nighttime, it was dark. And there was a big tree in front of their house. And the dog was looking up the tree and barking. She didn't care. She didn't care to look up what the dog was barking at. She just ran inside the house. They all told us the story and all gathered in the same room with us. 8 people. So you've got verifiable witnesses there. Actual giant in an Indian burial ground. It makes it does like activate the elements a little bit when you look at the ancient drawings. There are always depictions of giants, like people that are bigger than other people. Now, this could be said like it's a stylistic choice. It could just be a stylistic choice if their legends didn't say otherwise. The gods bled gold, and the gods are bigger than the regular plebs. Oh, and my mom saw it, so 9. Plus, even in other cultures, there are always giants, like the Greeks. There were giants in the Greeks. There were multiple giants in the Greeks. You had the Titans are bigger than giants, right? But you had the Cyclops. You had the 100 hands. What are these called? The guys with like 100 hands. I can't pronounce it. And the frost giants. All cultures have some sort of giant in their mythology. So it does beg the question: is there some truth behind all of this? And the answer is yes. ℏ𝕒𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗𝕗. Something like that. I know it starts with like Hekaton or something like that. Maybe Senju. Okay, do we have more ghost stories? Since Juwun wanted something for a creep factor, here's one from my experience. Oh, this is fun. Is this a two-story ghost story? All right, let's take a look. Oh, it's not a 2-story ghost story. All right, let's go. An odd event. All right, here we go. I lost it. Here we go. I lost it again. So this was up north, back before your time, kids, when I was younger. This was just after I was removed from the Catholic school I was living on the trap lines. Basically areas where people with permission can trap animals for hides and meat. At this time, my sisters would sometimes join me in my efforts, and this is one. While I was laying off the traps along a large lake, My sisters were off exploring around the area. We all had firearms and had grown up in the area, so I wasn't worried about them. They knew what to do if they got lost or were attacked by an animal. As I was laying a small clam trap, I heard one of my sisters screaming for me to come and see what they found, so I planted the marker flag and went off to meet them. Now, my sisters had found a small, old wooden ship. For us, this was a bit of a surprise, but a good one, as a ship like that were used to move raw gold and diamonds across the water, since that was often quicker than going around the lake. Obviously, us being dumb, young, dumb, and invincible, we decided to see what we could get out of it. This was in the summer, so we assumed the ship was frozen in the ice floes, and thawed out, pushing it towards the shore, where it got beached when we found it. When we got on the deck, the wood had a lot of give, so we how do you pronounce this? We assumed it was rotten wood, so we walked carefully. Eventually, we found the deck hatch where the cargo would be loaded. The chain on it was rusted, so it didn't take much prying to pop it loose, and as we opened it, there wasn't any smell of rot, which is odd. Given the main deck was rotting, as we thought, not being smart, we looked inside the cargo hold. Plenty of boxes that we started looking through. However, all of them were empty. After what we assumed... I can't pronounce this word. After what we assumed was a few hours, we all felt a bit lightheaded. All of us assuming some equivalent of root cellar death. Buildup of toxic gases from rotting material. We quickly got out of there, deciding it was not a good idea to go back in there. We set up camp a short distance from it. The next day, we made our way back to the town where the creepy things happened. According to the people we knew, we'd been gone for 3 days. We camped once and were fully rested. Ooh, that's creepy. You probably got knocked out. Who knows? You probably got knocked out for 3 days. The mysterious gases knocked you out for 3 days. Very interesting. Odd event. For 3 days, we'd have died in the time. People can survive 3 days. As I said, that's what experience we had back then. People can survive being knocked out for 3 days, I think. Again, I'm not a people. So I'm not sure, but I'd feel like I'd survive 3 days. Not without water. Not without someone's give us his water. Maybe someone did give you water. Or you were put in suspended animation by the gases. So your metabolism was slowed down to the point that you didn't really need that much water. Like you said, it's an odd event. All right, let's read something. Let's read more. I don't know what you guys, but I'm enjoying reading these horror stories. All right, Native American stories. So whatever happened, and we have zero idea what the F happened. Unexplained mysteries. Not my story, something a Native American guy posted a while ago, but it's some of the creepiest shit I've ever heard. This has to be the stream where I've swear the most. So please forgive me, but I do have to stay true to the source material. My dad picks me up from school in his pickup truck after we got off work one winter's night. We were driving on a long stretch of road that goes through the woods. It's pitch black outside. The radio truck didn't work, So I was just staring straight out at the road, getting hypnotized by the passing trees. Suddenly, I started to get an intense sensation that something is watching me. Through the window to my right, I started to turn my head to see what it is, when my dad said, "Don't look." Immediately, start to hear tapping on the window right next to my face. Heart stops. Only time I ever saw fear on my dad's face. He started to pray out loudly in Navajo. Stared straightly ahead, heart pounding, not daring to look out the window. Suddenly, the truck dips as a weight falls into the bed. Whatever the fuck this thing is in the back right behind my head. Start to hear tapping on the window behind me. My father makes me look at him as he continues to pray. Close my eyes tight and wish for it to be over. After a few endless minutes, the truck dips again and the tapping stops. My father says, "Tomorrow, we will ask your grandfather to say a prayer so that the evil will forget our faces." English to Navajo equivalent. Drive home and lie awake in bed all night. Father and I never talked about it again. Well, that's creepy. I wonder what that was. I mean, a lot of the Wendigo stuff, right? A lot of the Wendigo stuff says that you should not even say the word Wendigo. But everyone's saying the word Wendigo nowadays. That would be so creepy. I like a lot of the horror stories that involved a car, because you feel, that's the thing about cars. For some reason, it gives you a false sense of safety inside the car. My favorite story in No Sleep ever. My favorite story series, period, is called the Left-Right game. And for those familiar with the Left-Right game, it's basically a story told in a car. The Left-Right game is pretty much you. Every time you see a turn left, you turn left, and the first chance you get to turn left, you turn left. And the next chance you turn right, you turn right. You keep on doing this, turning left and turning right, turning left and turning right. You have to make sure you're always doing this, left, right, left, right. And eventually you will end up in a dimension, in a very spooky, weird dimension. And you must continue playing the left-right game. Otherwise, something spooky is going to happen. I really love it. It was supposed to become a series, but it never got turned into a series. But there is a radio drama. I think it's called a radio drama of the Left-Right game, and it is really good. So if you haven't heard of the Left-Right game, you should give it a chance. It's a good read. I also saw a woman with black hair and a white dress in the reflection of my glasses. I didn't pay attention and I was playing my 3DS in the living room. And I saw and continued to play as she was rocking back and forth behind me. I turned and nothing was there. Sound like, what do you call this? No, that's different. Wendy Goon did it on Creepcast, the Left-Right game. Okay. Really? They actually made an audio drama of the Left-Right game, and it was supposed to get turned into a TV series, but it never got through. But yeah, that is my favorite. That is my favorite no sleep story. I don't really browse Reddit, but when I do, it is no sleep. But this was years ago, when I was still a baby nurse. When I was still a baby nurse in Minnesota, reading No Sleep. It's not exactly a horror story, but I've always had a sort of a sixth sense for danger. I always would have a sort of pit in my stomach before we'd get attacked or hit by IEDs in Iraq. The one time I ignored it, 2 people died and 6 others were injured in an ambush by an Iraqi armed soldier in Zanjili neighborhood of Mosul. That is the thing about Sixth Sense. There, human, like, it's been memed that we only have 5 senses. We have more than that, but I think there's something a lot deeper than just the basic senses. There are more than just 6 senses, but yeah, it's hard to explain it. But a lot of people can feel the weather changing before the weather changes. And some people can feel something bad happening before it happens. And that's just unexplainable. Never doubt your survival instinct. It sees what your higher brain doesn't. It's probably something left over from human survival. That's a theory too of the way what do you call this? Why caves are very scary. It's because when humans lived in caves, there was something there too. There was something else in the caves, and that thing was Juwun. It was Juwun. It was Juwun in the caves all along. There's a theological explanation in my practice for being able to sense danger before you enter it, but it's far from scientific. There's this saying that I can't quote word for word. Let me see if I can pull this up. This saying. Oh, here, I found it. It's a quote by Robert Jastrow. The quote by Robert Jastrow is, "For the scientist who has lived by faith in the reason..." Oh, wait. For the scientist who has lived by faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountains of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries. Let me paste that. Too deep for you. Juwun's deep. You know what? I will add this to my sayings. It's too long. It's too long. It's going. It's going in the Discord instead. There, that's the quote. Juwun's deep musings, very deep. You know me, I'm a very deep person. Yep, never doubt, I saved me and my family's life from diving into collapsed bridge. Whoa. It was night and had a dream we crashed into the bridge. I screamed and told him to stop the car and hopped out. Guess what was head? It was pitch black and the car lights couldn't even shine on the road. Ah, this reminds me of a story that my mom told me once. So the story that my mom told me once is that my grandfather, my mom's dad was with a group and they were traveling down this highway road at night. It was very dark. There were not a lot of lights on the road. And they were coming over this area that this is a mountainous region. There are like the road is like traveling around a mountain. So there are ups and downs. There are cliffs and pitches and whatever. And while they were driving down this road, my grandfather started smelling something weird. He started smelling the scent of wax, like candle wax and flowers. Something apparently reminiscent of a funeral. Something that smelled like a funeral. Because like in funeral, you have... if it's nighttime, I guess, there are candles. And lots of flowers. So he started smelling this scent of melted wax and flowers. And he asked his companions, like, do you smell this? Do you smell this? And so they slowed the car down, but they were still driving relatively fast. They slowed the car and see if they could smell anything. They didn't smell anything. They kept on continuing. And then my grandfather all of a sudden told them to stop because he said he saw a bull or a cow in the middle of the road. No one else could see the cow, so they didn't believe my grandfather, but he eventually convinced them to stop. There was a cow ahead. So they stopped, but there was no cow. The cow disappeared. They left the vehicle to go and check where the cow was, and lo and behold, there was a landslide. So ahead of them, they couldn't see it because it's dark. There was no light. But apparently the road had slid down the mountain. Just up ahead, they couldn't see the road. The road was gone. So whatever that was, the holy cow, the holy cow saved them from driving off the road into oblivion. Yeah, that's one of those stories. My grandfather had a lot of... I mean, he didn't tell them to me, but my mom told them to me. Because they lived in this, not exactly a village. It is a city, but you know what third world countries are like. Not a lot of lighting, not a lot of lights, and a lot of superstition too. Like vampires and stuff. Vampires, witches, and things that are up in the trees. Lots of things about, for some reason, there are always like things living up in the trees. What's that about? I don't know. Not just up in the trees, but inside the trees. I can't remember the specific of this story, but this story was about someone who was invited inside the tree. And that is why you're not supposed to, like when you see a very beautiful person and they invite you to go to their place and their place is inside a tree, you should never agree. You should never go in with them. But if you do, never accept their food. Never accept their food. And I think that was very creepy when I saw Pan's Labyrinth, and there was this fairy, right? Or is it a fairy? The weird, I don't even remember. This was so long ago. I don't remember the plot. I don't remember the plot of Pan's Labyrinth. But there's this monster, right, with hands for eyes. And if you ate its food, it would come and kill you. Basically. I don't even know what the child was doing there in the first place. Like I said, I don't know the plot, but it was very scary. It was very creepy, yeah. But that's basically the story. Do not. Wait, they died? Is that the ending of the movie? Did they really die at the ending of the movie? That's sad. I honestly don't remember. This was so long ago. When was Pan's Labyrinth? I was a baby. No, I probably wasn't a baby. But I was old enough to not remember. Wait, no, I am over 200,000 years old. I just don't have a very good memory. I am over 200,000 years old. I just don't have a good memory of stuff, you know. All right, let's see. I want more Native American cryptids. Oh, this one. This is a big picture. It is very big. Wait, I feel like I've seen this one before somewhere. It's very long too. Let's focus on shorter stories. Ooh, baby Juwun. There is no such thing as baby Juwun. Juwun is older than you. Oh, the Nevada ones. Yeah, the Nevada one. I feel like I've read that before. Not some creepy pasta. Okay, let's read this one. Not some creepy pasta. I really don't have scary stories of like I personally don't. I've personally never seen a ghost. I've seen Juwuns. No, but out of character moment. Out of character moment. I don't believe in ghosts, so I think that's the reason why I don't see ghosts. I think belief does play a very important part in these ghostly manifestations. If you don't believe in ghosts, I think they don't reveal themselves to you. Because I've tried. I've been to cemeteries. When I was a young tiger boy, I would walk alone. In the dark through apparently a place that is supposedly haunted. But I never saw anything. I never saw nothing. And even though I was scared, even though I was frightened, I didn't believe in ghosts even back then. So I guess that is why I never saw them. Which is kind of sad. But yeah, that is my story. I don't have ghost stories. Like I said, at the hospital, I sat at the allegedly haunted room. Nothing happened. I think belief really plays a big role in this ghost thingy. All right, haunted spaghetti time. Not some creepy pasta by. Never mind. We're not gonna read their code. We're not gonna read their trip. I'd like to start off by saying that I don't have a fucking clue why I'm posting this on X, or really at all. Maybe I'm afraid of dying or something. The events described in this story happened a month and a half ago in Shenandoah, West Virginia. Are there a lot of ghosts in West Virginia? Although I typed this up about 2 weeks ago, I just haven't really had the guts to post this until what happened yesterday. The story starts in late September, when my family went to visit our relatives who invited us up to celebrate one of them, Desiree, getting like $2,000 in some scratch of lottery. They live in this really fucking shitty part of Shenandoah at that point, and that people from Charlestown, Shepherdsdale, and Ranson, basically the least redneck parts of West Virginia, like to call Squalor Holler. It's way up on the mountain. And exactly like how everyone pictures it when they hear about it. Nothing but ramshackle shacks, rusty-ass rebuilt trailers, everything fucking covered in decades-old Christmas decorations because they're all too busy being smelly rednecks to ever clean up. Real deliverance shit. Just no rivers or canoes. The relatives we were visiting are absolutely confirmed inbreeders. All cousins fucking each other. This sounds so weird, I keep on swearing. We don't refer to them as aunt, uncle, or whatever, just relatives. Not terrible people or anything, just absolutely cartoonishly depressing hillbilly stereotypes. So, anyway, we're up here in the godforsaken trailer. It sucks. There's like 8 of them, plus me, my dad, my mom, and my sister. About 2 hours in, my mom takes my cell phone so that I can focus on the family time together, which is bullshit. All we did the whole time was eat TV dinners and be forced to watch NASCAR and shit. After like 6 hours of the shit, about 10 minutes before we were supposed to leave, it starts raining. We know how treacherous the roads can get up in the mountain, so we decided to wait for the rain to die down. Flash forward 2 hours later. It's fucking dark as hell, 10 o'clock, and there's a flood warning for the area. I have my phone back by this time. No reception though, of course. I'm playing Tetris and Texas Hold'em and stuff when suddenly I hear my dad start losing his shit in the next room. I walk over, and it turns out that they let slip that they'd buried their kid. What? Outside, Thomas outside, and apparently were afraid the rain would wash up his body or some other horseshit. The kid was like 6. He was attacked by a dog, and they never told the cops. Just fucking buried him like he was a family pet. My dad's flipping his shit, and rightfully so, because you know, we live in the 21st century and all. So our relatives say they'll sort it out in the morning. My parents tell me and my sisters to stay in the same room as them during the night, and we do. None of us really suspected that they'd killed Thomas or anything, since they're really peaceful. They didn't even own guns aside from this old-timey double-barrel shotgun they had on the mantle. Nevertheless, we were creeped the fuck out, and intended to tell the cops in the morning once we got to town. So it was like 3 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. Power had gone out for the 5th time or so, and I'm not able to charge my dead phone. Worst part is, I could see Thomas's little grave right outside the window. Little cross on it and everything. And I assumed the kid couldn't have been buried deep at all, since they were so worried about him washing up out of the grave. So I was just fixated on it. Kept being drawn to looking out the window. And then, I saw the fucking worst thing in my life. Something was creeping through the trees towards the house. I stared at it for a while, but I couldn't get a good look at it since it was raining and the brush was so thick. For a few minutes, I assumed it was really 2 pale horses, kind of ambling through the woods side by side. But then it walked into the moonlight and I saw that it was all one thing, like a kind of human torso, but wider. It finally stepped into view, and I saw it had something like 6 legs, kind of somewhere between a beetle's legs and a horse's legs. 2 arms, right where someone would normally have them, but they were about half a foot longer than any normal man's arms. It had a bald head, but the face looked like some sort of fucking bizarre masquerade ball kind of mask. This fucking clenched up, furrowed forehead, and a nose that looked sort of like a crow's or raven's beak. It didn't have eyes either, just like the depressions where eyes would go. It looked like it had a human mouth underneath its proboscis. What really strikes me to this day is that it seemed to have a penis too, like right on the abdomen where a normal person's dick would be. The thing moved sort of gracefully and made these soft thumping noises when it moved. It must have been like 7, 8 feet tall, but sounded like it weighed only 150 pounds at most. It starts walking towards Thomas's grave, and then I finally snap out of whatever trance I was in and just scream. My mom is the first to wake up, and I tell her to look out the window. She rushes over and doesn't really seem to understand what she's looking at. After a minute though, the thing bends down and starts pawing at the grave with its hands. My dad and Jasper rush in. Jasper just fucking loses his shit, screams like a little girl, runs back out of the room, yelling for his father, yelling, "It's outside! It came and it's outside!" I look back and see the thing is digging furiously at the ground, kicking up huge amounts of dirt. I hear these sounds of feet running around the house. I think they were looking for the shotgun. The thing reaches into the hole and grabs up what I assume was Thomas's body by the leg in one hand. The thing kind of gallops back into the woods, snapping all these branches and shit, and then that's when we hear it. A kid crying. The sound of a kid sobbing and crying from the direction the thing took off in. We left as soon as the rain let up, at like 5 a.m. I don't even think we told anyone at the house. We drove straight back to Ranson, only stopping for gas. No one said a word to each other. My family refuses to speak about what happened. I tried to bring it up once, just to make sure it was real. My dad told me to shut the fuck up, so I did. I typed this up about 3 weeks after it happened, but just saved it to a notepad file and left it alone. Never mentioned it to any of my friends or anything. Just tried to erase it from my mind by getting absolutely fucked up drunk whenever my thoughts lingered on it. It mostly worked up until yesterday. See, I work at this gas station in Ranson from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. I work the register. Keep the place clean, take out the trash. Yesterday, when I was bringing the trash bags over to the back of the building for the dude in the morning to take care of, I heard what I assumed to be some junkie fucking around in the dumpster. I yelled at whoever it was a couple of times to get the hell out before I called the cops. But as I walked towards the source of the noise, I suddenly heard the same footsteps. That soft thump, thump. Hooves or feet, or whatever the hell they were. I turned right around and went back inside the store and hid behind the counter. I looked over at the outside security monitor and see some kind of movement from just off screen. Something huge casting a shadow and moving. I catch a glimpse of, I don't know, an elbow or something. A pale limb darting in and out of view. It had to be the same thing. I waited for it to leave, and after a while it did. I woke up behind the counter at 6 a.m. this morning to my manager giving me this fucking look like I'm a drug addict or something. Went home, typed the rest of this up, and that's about it. Ooh, very creepy. I love that. I love it. That's a good story. Sailor Mouth Juwun. Ooh, Rico Suave. Juwun can put his mouth to work in the docks. I have a very clean mouth. I will not become a sailor. What was that thing then? You know, it could have been the thing that killed Thomas. It could have killed Thomas and it came back to eat Thomas. Or what if that thing is one of the inbred? What if that thing is one of the inbred family? Right? Just super genetics. Over 8 feet tall, Juwun will become a red boy. What's that? I get paid to lift stuff. I have a quick question. Is there music playing in the background? Is the music playing? I hope it is. I can't hear it. It is? Okay, good. You don't want to know. Oh, a red boy. Isn't that... Okay, I get it now. Beat his mouth or his little hole. Nuh-uh. I have better... I get paid better to be a very say-so individual. That's a good story, though. Excuse me. All right, next story. The John looks like a nice read. I really love like cosmic horror type stuff, but this is a very long read. It's 16 pages. So unfortunately, Was it Rexus who suggested the John? Unfortunately, we won't be reading the John tonight. Let's see. Okay. There's no telling. There's lots of places in Appalachia that aren't exactly tamed or explored properly. Even now. You could say that there's some type of hominid, right? They're probably some type of hominid, but the description of this creature just looks like a very deformed human being. Because probably just had a very long nose, very sunken eyelids, but it looked like a human being with very long hands. And plus, it had no hair. So it couldn't be really one of the great apes. You want to talk about unexplored spaces? You look up to northern Canada. I'm from Minnesota. and it's not even as big as Canada, but you've got wilderness out there. Like, wilderness that's bigger than some states, I'm pretty sure. So you can only imagine what a place like Canada would have up there. Your place. Have you ever seen Sasquatch? What is the difference between Sasquatch and Bigfoot? Is one native to America and the other native to Canada? You ever get a nightmare after a scare? No. That's the thing. I no longer get nightmares. I can't get nightmares. Or if I were to have a nightmare, let me tell you what my nightmare would go down like. I'm late for work. I messed up at work. I did something wrong at work. That is the extent of my nightmares. They're all work related. I don't see. Here's the thing, you know. I am very chuny. In my dreams. If I were to see a monster in my dream, I would realize that I'm dreaming. I would just kill the monster. It's just that plain and simple. Like, I just don't get monster type nightmares. Monsters, ghosts, ghouls, Juwuns. I just don't get them anymore. Though I would say the last type of nightmare I did have that was not work related that I can remember was after watching Breaking Bad. It was after watching this episode in Breaking Bad, and this episode was the episode where Walter White, I can't remember, but it was this scene where he realizes that he's dead. He's gonna die. He was trying to get the money. He needed money to hide, right? He needed money to escape and disappear. But then Skylar used the money for some other thing, I think. I can't remember. And then Walter White was so scared, he just started laughing like crazy. And I remember that night, I woke up like 3 a.m. after watching this episode. I woke up like 3 a.m. with the feeling that someone was gonna kill me. There was someone out there to kill me. I don't even remember the nightmare. I just woke up at 3 a.m. with a feeling that someone was gonna kill me, and I was scared. But really, I don't realistically have nightmares anymore. This was a long time ago too. How about if you see yourself in your nightmare? See myself in my nightmare. I would say, ooh, what a delicious looking thing. Ooh, fancy meeting you here. Really, like if I were to see a monster in my nightmare, it would basically turn into a lucid dream. Because then I would realize that I'm dreaming. And once I realize I'm dreaming, I just become all powerful. I just become unstoppable. Doesn't matter. I had a dream once where I was being hunted by cult people. I can't remember the reason why they were hunting me. But these cult people were hunting me. And then I realized there were like monsters and stuff. And I realized, whoa, I am dreaming. And then I turned the whole thing around and I started hunting them down. I became the hunter. It's a very tuny experience. Once you learn to lucid dream, you become very tuny. And it didn't matter where these cultists try to hide. I could always find them. I could move like mountains in my dream. They would run up to an island. I would pull the island towards myself. It's that crazy. I used to have horrific nightmares about fighting hordes of monstrosities, semi-lucid dreams and all. Eventually, I learned to slash through them with a white beam and stopped having them. June has a nightmare of monsters when it shifts to wet dream. No, I think only wet dreams happen to teenagers, or when you're growing up. I don't think I've had a wet dream since I was a little boy. I don't have those. I don't know. I think it's not normal to have a wet dream as an adult, right? I don't think so. But yeah, once you've like learned how to lucid dream, the monsters are just a piece of cake. It just becomes nothing. You become the real monster. Like I've talked about this before, but I have defeated Thanos in my dreams. I have literally defeated Thanos, and this is before Marvel's, before Avengers Endgame. So we're not talking about movie Thanos. We're talking about comic book Thanos. I have defeated comic book Thanos in my dream. It was a really wacky dream. It kept on escalating until like the threats kept on getting bigger and bigger until it was Thanos. And then I defeated Thanos and I felt sorry for everything I had done. So I brought everyone back to life. I resurrected everyone, and then I started having an apology tour. Apologizing to everyone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. You know what really started it? It was kind of crazy. There were people that were annoying me in my dream. So I deleted them. Yeah, just like that. Because it's my dream. You're annoying me in my dream. I will delete you. So I deleted them. And then the police came after me. And then I deleted the police. YouTube, this is a dream, okay? This is a dream. So after deleting the police, they sent the army after me. I deleted the army, and this kept on going up and up until it reached Thanos. And then I defeated Thanos. After defeating Thanos, though, I felt bad. So I brought everyone back to life, and then I apologized. So even in my dream where I'm all powerful, I'm still a very apologetic. I'm still a good tiger boy. I have had many dreams where I'd manipulate and control it to my own will. That is a lucid dream. That is exactly what a lucid dream is. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. And we will continue reading stories. Anyone else have a story for me to read? So far, I've been reading Count 7 stories. Is there anyone else with a story? If not, we'll read another one of Count 7's stories here. Oh, a Korean ghost story. That's gonna be nice. All right. If there's no one else, we will read a Korean ghost story when I come back. Be right back. Ooh, ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓵. Flavor's prettiest, juiciest has returned. How are you guys doing? It looks like ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼's channel has really been deleted. I don't know, deleted or banned. That is so sad. It was literally just educational stuff. Makes you really worried about my content. Like last night's stream I did talk about some controversial stuff. As a matter of fact, I mentioned Hitler several times. So it is concerning that ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼's channel is gone. And it looks like he's been banned. I just saw that he posted on Twitter a screenshot. And it says, "We reviewed your channel carefully and have confirmed that it violates our sex and nudity policy. We know this is probably disappointing news, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for all. We won't be putting your channel back up on YouTube. Learn about your resolution options. Thanks, the YouTube team." So his YouTube channel's gone and they won't be bringing it back up. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of nudity on YouTube, right? And ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼 did say it was an educational stream. So it doesn't sound fair that they deleted his YouTube channel. There's really no recourse. Yeah, there's straight up stuff like that. And I remember back in the day, I don't know if it's still up, but I remember there was an educational video about, butt segs. Right? There was an educational video, quote unquote educational video. This was an issue during the adpocalypse. I don't know if it's still there. But they were basically doing it and the only covering was a towel. And YouTube let it be, and it was actually monetized. It was actually monetized, and there are people that try to find their way around by using, like, instead of saying like sexy, they put the $sign $EX or something like that to go around the YouTube naming conventions. To find a few examples of prawn being an educational material on YouTube, then lawyer up and contest this. But poor ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼, and his is a bigger channel than mine. So smaller channels like mine have to be very careful. I mean, ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼 is still a small channel. ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼 is still a small channel. But smaller channels like ours really have no recourse. When something like this happens, what do? It's not like ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼. It's not like ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼 can step in. It was literally an educational stream. And sometimes that is part of education. You have to look at the naked body. The ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼 is a doctor. They probably can do it. ℎ𝕒𝕗𝓼 is a nurse. But yeah, his character is a doctor. And the topic was basically nursing stuff. It's very sad. I mean, what to do now? He also streams on Twitch, so that might just be the resolution. But there is really no recourse for smaller content creators. A lot of these bigger creators have groups get evidence and contest this in court. But that's the thing. Is it worth it? Is it worth the time and effort and resources to do all this for a YouTube channel? I can't remember how many subscribers ℚ𝕚𝕚 had. Did he have 5K? I think ℚ𝕚𝕚𝕚 is the biggest male flavor. ℚ𝕚𝕚 is one of the bigger flavors in general too. When this is public, the millions of others will step forward. Hopefully, ℚ𝕚𝕚𝕚 is a big part of the kapipi. The kapipis. So I'm pretty sure they're retweeting and stuff. And all that. I did make a hashtag earlier, like dicks out for ℚ𝕚𝕚𝕚. For me, I read it dicks out for ℚ𝕚𝕚𝕚. Because it rhymes with dicks out for ℚ𝕚𝕚. But you don't really know if that will get any traction. Because it's really tough for small creators to fight the YouTube. When I first started doing this, I didn't really care about getting banned or whatever. But now that I'm this deep into my quote unquote career, I've got YouTube memberships. People are actually paying me. If this gets deleted, I have no recourse. So maybe this is a sign to tread lightly. Tread more lightly, quote unquote. Remember my Google Drive. My Google Drive got what do you call this? It might have been like an automatic thing, but it got dinged for quote unquote breaking TOS. But then when I what do you call this? When I fought against it and someone manually reviewed it, they said it was okay. Gotta store all that stuff locally, but this is the stuff I want to share. This Google Drive is the stuff that I share with members. So there are high definition files in that Google Drive for the members to download if they want to. That was the purpose I created. That was the only reason I created that Google Drive. And just to be safe, I created it with a different Google account. But thankfully, I was able to get that Google Drive back. So it's up. It's up if you want to see pictures there. Which I think I will be uploading some pictures. At least the birth of Juwun picture. I just don't really know when to upload the birth of Juwun picture. I'm looking for like a meaningful moment to upload the birth of Juwun. I just don't know when. I've thought about like maybe something like a donathon, and one of the stretch goals is the Juwun. But no, I won't be doing any donathon remotely near the future. So I'll just find a meaningful moment to drop it, and then I'll drop it. It would have been nice if it was like themed, but there really is no theme. It's just the birth of Juwun. But yeah. It sucks. It's bad news. Is ℚ𝕚𝕚𝕚 live? I know he has a Twitch. The problem with YouTube and a lot of these, I mean, it's been oversaid right now, but they don't treat their handling of terms of service. Hello, Psych. Hello. Drop it when you come back from hiatus. Probably. I think I should be able to stream next week. I hope I can stream next week. But looks like the month of April is no good. The month of April is probably not going to be a good time. Next week, hopefully, fingers crossed, I can stream next week. Then, when I return, the birth of Juwun. By last December, the number of ban accounts is 9 million. Only 40k of those were contested. Well, if you go to ℏ𝕒𝕟𝕼's Twitter, it did look like there was a link to what do you call this? Resolve. So one can hope that he clicked it. And there's a way out. I've been banned off YouTube, so I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds and I have no one to grind. He can do this. He can still stream on Twitch. But that's the thing. He was monetized on YouTube. I don't know if he's even affiliate. I don't know. I don't really know the difference between affiliate and partner. I guess partner has a bigger cut. Affiliate has a lesser cut. People assume that their appeal will fail, so they don't try. 9 mil tries is not the same as 9 mil failures. Yeah. This is similar. I don't know if it's the same thing, but it's kind of similar to those copyright strike things. If you get a copyright strike, you have to basically dox yourself to the person. Copyright claim. You have to dox yourself to the person making the copyright claim. So it does favor a little bit towards the copyright thing. This doesn't have the dox risk. That's good to know. But I don't really know. I can't imagine what he's going through right now. He still has his community though. It's still between ℏ𝕒𝕼 and Google. No doxing SOP. No doxing, so appeal. He knows what he's doing. Hopefully he's probably appealing it behind the scenes. Okay. That was a little dark turn there for a horror reading stream. But let's continue with this Korean horror story. Spoopy. Are you guys getting spooked yet? Anybody spooked yet? I remember way back when we were able to spook JPZ. At least I was able to spook JPZ. Not really. Well, you live in the middle of nowhere. Not exactly sure what can spook you. All right, let's see. Korea. We'll just title it Korean green text. My socks have been spooked off. Here, have another spook off. Now your socks are knocked off. What I did to the toilet was scarier than anything here. How much do you eat? And what kind of toilet do you use? It must be a very powerful toilet. Night shift. Give me your night shift stories. Weird shit you saw on security cams. Weird motherfuckers who showed up in the gas station. I am swearing up a storm here. I'm sorry I keep on apologizing, but it's just not in my nature to swear. Give me your weird... Oh, okay, we've read that part. I need Juwun to spook you for real. For real? Are you sure? You want for real, for real? Boo. Did that work? There, the abs will spook you. Very scary. Okay. Spooky army story. No, you cannot use needles. Okay, I know what is scary now. Needles. Station in Korea. A little no-name base. Mostly unnamed, unmanned, except for some kind of seismology outpost and a few soldiers doing who knows what, aviation support or something. Small MR, military police force, with largely a formality at this as this place is fucking Mayberry, and there aren't enough people to get into any trouble. On the base are these little hills that dot the post here and there, pick-related. These are graves of soldiers killed in the Korean conflict, and they were essentially buried where they fell in some areas. Anyways, enough setup. It's shift. We need to do a walking patrol. Is the highlight of my shift because being crammed in a car all day blows. Mine start mine at about 2 a.m. because once curfew starts, people on base get into stupid shit and now it's my problem. Walking past a cluster of graves, see some guy, he looks back at me and ducks behind one of the mounds. Hey, military police, come out, where I can see you. No answer. Assume it's some people fucking or something, they're just ignoring me. Go around the back of the mounds. Nothing but shortcut parade field, an area the size of a soccer field. Literally impossible to hide in. Continued. Radio station. Maine, this is B110. I'm out at the grave sites with a subject who has fled on foot. Will advise once I find him. No answer. Whatever. Radio guy's lazy shit. Keep looking around, but there's nothing to look at. Feel like I'm being watched. Radio comes back again. All units check radios. Hot mic. A hot mic is someone transmitting without being aware. Leaning on the button or something. It's gotten colder since I'd been in the area. At this point, my something's fucked up senses are tingling. So I perform a cursory look around the area and GTFO back to the station. Desk sergeant is pissed because he thinks I was the one hot micing. All radio traffic records on our computer, so we play back my calls. Mostly white noise. At one point, you hear me say, I'm on scene, followed by more white noise. We turn up the volume. Some of it is hard to hear, but some is surprisingly audible. Sergeant Long? More rounds, more water. In the tree line. There. Clear as a fucking bell. Wasn't supposed to be like this. Bricks are shat. Sergeant tells me and the radio guy not to mention this to anyone. Next day, have an order not to go near the burial mounds. Like, I had to be told. Anyway, that's my weird night shift story. What do you got, X? There are pictures. Very interesting. Korea was Wonju. Sergeant Long, well shit, there it is. And he died near Hyeongsong, which is right next to Wonju where OP was based. Spooky. Ooh, very spooky. Alright, Rastal Elon, let's go. Next game, Juwun is gonna play Suffering Prison is Hell. The Suffering Prison is Hell. What is that? Let's be honest here. When is the last time I played a video game? When is the last time? I suck at video games, bros. I am the non-video game streamer from now on. I don't play video games. Alright, Russell Elon. I used to spend a lot of time exploring and doing graffiti in an abandoned insane asylum where I lived. Well, mostly abandoned. One building was still in use by the local police department to store vehicles where they stabled their horses. So, to get around unseen, you had to use the tunnels that connected all the various buildings on the ground. Roughly 9 miles or so in all tons of rooms and some literal gymnasium-sized, all underground. While it was in use, the staff treated the patients horribly and a lot of them died as a result. So this place is supposedly very haunted, which also adds to an already creepy setting. That being said, I never saw anything, but I always got this feeling that I was not welcome here and that I should leave. A story I was once told about this place was there was a patient there, a little girl, and every day at lunch she would disappear for a few hours. The staff eventually noticed this and decided to follow her. Down into the tunnel she went. When the staff got close to her, they heard her speaking to someone. It was the corpse of a patient that the staff thought had escaped recently. It appeared as though they had gotten lost down there and eventually passed away. The little girl told the staff she was just bringing food to her friend. Wow. Kids seeing stuff, huh? What is it with kids that they can see stuff that others don't? Sergeant Long posthumously was awarded the Medal of Honor there for directing mortar fire into his own position as he was overrun. Oh. Clearly you should play Dark Souls. Have you watched me play Crab Souls? Have you seen my playthrough of Crab Souls? That was the first time I've ever raged on stream. That was the first time I ever raged. Alright, let's read this demon one. Surprised there aren't more stories about cornfields. Okay, cornfield, I guess. I've never been to a corn maze. Are those fun? Are those scary? There was this one, Gillespie cornfield outside of Perry. Every Halloween, go on a long ride with my friends from high school to Gillespie Field. There was a path through the corn, wide enough for perhaps a tractor, that led to a large circle. Not quite like a crop circle, but it sure gave off that sort of vibe. B17, Halloween 2010. Lots of... Is this marine? Lots of marine friends and hunter friends this year. Friends of friends this year, huge ass fucking party. We eventually had to start pulling the cars out of the circle because it was getting too crowded with 6 cars worth of people. It's getting to be 2 in the morning. People started to drift out. About 20 people left all in all. Hey, Anod, come get some of this beer. At age 17, you can imagine I was pretty thrilled to be allowed in all the older kids games and all that. And there was this super hot chick, Trina, I don't remember, who was all over me. Drunk as a fish in a whiskey barrel, but all over me. Too shy to initiate anything, but I did get to see her boobs because she took her top off. Dwindled down to 10 or so people. Me, 5 hunter friends, 3 marine friends, and 2 civilians, not including me. Let's make a fucking bonfire. 10 minutes later, there's this huge fire pit going and we're dancing around it pretending to be Native Americans doing a ritual, laughing and having a good-ass time. NVD, right? What does that mean? No big deal. Hush washes over everyone. We all got the same rush of sudden unease and anxiety. Everybody freezes. More or less in the positions we've been dancing in. Goofy as shit, but nobody dares to make a sound. Only sounds are the sounds of the giant fire in the pit. Standing around for almost a minute before somebody whispers, "What happens to the crickets and shit?" No wind, no crickets, no bird, no nothing. So we stopped dancing. Thoroughly put off, and my buddy, Joseph, a hunter, goes, "Guys, I'm gonna go get my rifle." Murmur of agreement, and the other hunters break off to go with Joseph and grab their shit, mostly pistols and knives beside Joe. Marine buddies, Kate, Samuel, and Ed, sit down in what I can roughly describe as a perimeter sort of thing around me and the other no-training folks. At this point, we're too nervous and anxious to talk. We're barely breathing. There's not a noise, just the fire pits crackling and the slight rustle in the corn, and it's starting to get a little disconcerting. Well, sort of. We sort of stuck close together and kept worried eyes on the stalks. Kate says, "Something's not right." Mutual agreement, but nobody can put a finger on it. Ed sucks in a breath and everyone jumps a bit and looks over at him. If the wind is gone, what the fuck is making the corn stalks rustle? Swear to God, I nearly pissed myself right the fuck there. We're all about 5 seconds and a sneeze away from needing a change of clothes when Joe comes back, white as a sheet, alone. Joe's pulling the bolt back on his rifle, sprinting back to the campfire circle. Tosses his pistol to Ed. "Joe, what the fuck happened? You look like you saw Sam's mom." Joe sort of glares at Ed and then hisses, "Don't you fucking joke right now. There's something in the corn." "You what, mate?" "There's something in the corn. I'm not fucking around." Now see around there, we're used to big dogs, large crows, even the occasional oversized cat. So everybody sort of gave Joe this slanty-eyed, "the fuck you saying" sort of look, like he's trying to freak everybody out more. We keep trying to get him to tell us where the others are, what happened to the other 4 he went off with. Says they stayed at the cars to protect them. Rustling in the corn, Joe immediately wheels and takes a shot. "Right next to my fucking ear, Joe, you cocksucker." Immediate feelings of fear and anxiety intensify. Some sort of low whimpering noise is coming out of the corn now. Joe is gibbering like a fucking drunk, muttering incoherently. I'm about to take the rifle from him when I notice that he's got some sort of black slime smeared on his pant leg. Then, I nearly shit myself again because what crawled out of the corn was not a dog. Not in the strictest sense, I guess. It was a shambling sort of awkwardly with what looked like a broken leg, maybe a dislocated shoulder. It looked like it had, at some point in time, been some sort of hound dog. A black or brown bloodhound. There was a chicken wire wound around its neck, like a noose, and it was coated in flies. There was black sludge dripping from its jowls and oozing out of the bullet near its right eye, which was itself drooling that same black crap like tears. Joe lost his fucking mind at this point. Sam and I had to wrestle away the rifle from him. No more green text. It's hard for me to keep up. This shit gives me the shakes. It kept shambling out of the corn towards us, wheezing and spitting little black shit into the ground. The flies numerous enough that I could almost hear them buzzing from across the clearing. Joe is fucking losing his mind, collapsed on the ground and trying to go fetal as me and my marine friends try to haul him away. The dog just kept walking. And as it kept coming, it dragged something else out of the corn behind it. Attached to the chicken wire wound around its neck. It took a second for me to piece it together in the light of the fire, but attached to the end of this morbid fucking umbilical cord was a beating heart. like a bear-sized, still bleeding, leaking heart, thumping away and leaking that black sludge shit. The flies were having a field day with it. The dog had no eyes. The dog had no eyes for us. It was staring directly at the fire, like it was mesmerized or something. It dragged itself off kilter towards the fire, wheezing and spitting and sobbing, the heart beating excitedly on the chicken wire behind it. Its back legs were mangled and it sort of dragged itself along its front legs and one back leg. The fucking weird thing is, as it got closer to us, I swear to God, I thought I could hear some sort of words every time the dog wheezed and whimpered and cried. I didn't stick around to listen. Nobody else did either. We grabbed Joe and fucking beat back to where the path to the cars was, making a wide berth around the dog and its cargo. Before I left, I had to watch. I'm pretty sure the others had the same feeling because they weren't very far ahead of me when the show was over. I stopped and watched as it dragged itself, heaving and coughing closer to the fire. The flies didn't even veer away when it stuck its head in the fire. It burned like someone had tossed a tire in there. It stunk like fucking fierce. I just had to watch because the dog didn't stop moving when it had been engulfed by the pit. The chicken wire kept moving, dragging the heart into the flames after the dog died. After the dog until they were both gone. And the only way anybody could have known that it was there was a trail of black sludge on the ground and the smell of burning rubber. We were halfway home when I finally looked over at Joe. There was something that had been bothering me since the thing had gotten close enough for us to really hear it. I asked Joe what it said to him because I was almost positive that was why he'd been so fucking freaked out. It had been next to him in the corn and he'd heard it speaking to him. At first, I thought that maybe I was wrong because he gave me this weirded out glare and he wouldn't say anything. Then, he took a deep breath and leaned over to me and whispered this sentence in my ear. "Come with me. I'll bring you home." And for a second, I felt very cold. Because that was what I had heard too. What I think I saw that night was Beelzebub. I'm not a noob, so I know Beelzebub is not the devil. Not in the actual rhetoric. He's the Lord of the Flies. I know why he appeared to us that night, what he wanted, or what brought him there. I don't even know if what we saw was a demon. Maybe it was just something in the corn. There's lots of stuff in the corn that nobody wants to talk about. I just heard the floorboard creak. that kind of spooked me. I heard the floorboard creak. It did make my hair. It did make my hair stand. Did you hear that? The floorboard creak. There must be a mouse there or something. Mind you, this is the dark. I'm in a dark room. The only light is this camera. And the screens and the monitors. I wonder what would happen if I turn off this light. Okay, the animation still looks like it's working. It's only working on the light of the monitors. I guess we don't need the light. Let's make it even creepier. Let's go. Let me know if the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. The mouth isn't working the best, but... All right, the expressions work. All right, let's continue. At any rate, I just moved out of Iowa, so I don't have to worry about the corn or what I saw. I should probably try to reconnect with my friends, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I'll find out that Joe died in the fire or slit his own wrists. Sometimes I have nightmares about it, and I think maybe Joe does too, which is why I'm afraid that I'll find that he lit himself on fire. I keep a matchbook under my pillow because sometimes I've kind of want to do it, just to see what it'd be like. Oh, that's creepy. What's this picture? Is this AI generated, or is this the place you're talking about? The reason why I thought it's AI generated because I thought that thing in the middle was a person. Okay, it looks real. Was this the house you were talking about? The horror thing. The place. Why do you have these cool places near you? Urban exploration. What is the name of that? What is the name of that femboy VTuber in ℙ𝕝𝕒𝕟𝕟𝕼? Wasn't there a femboy VTuber that went camping, like in a haunted place, and streamed it or something? Okay, my animations look pretty good. I think I'll just keep the light off for now. Okay, I guess I've got a good camera. Whoa, the creepies. You know, I did find a mouse here once, so the creaking could just be from a mouse or something. But there was a femboy. Mouth work. There was a femboy VTuber in ℙ𝕝𝕒𝕟𝕼𝕼, right? My mouth doesn't want to work. I'll just turn on the light. Mouth work. There was a femboy VTuber in ℙ𝕝𝕒𝕼𝕼, right? Let me try fixing this. I wonder why the mouse. Oh, that's why. There is no microphone. Mouth work. Okay, there we go. Mouth work. There we go. Now my mouth is working. We don't need the light. Who needs a light? I'm not afraid of the dark. I am the dark. Do the twist like we did last summer. Yeah, the twist like we did last year. Just twist. Look at me. I can do the twist. Just because you're dim doesn't make you the dark. I am the ultimate darkness. I am the darkness on the other side of the rainbow. I am the coming. I am the coming. I am the shadows. I am the shadows dancing at twilight. I am the shadow of the first darkness. I am the darkness of the first eclipse. I am the voice that whispers in the shadows. I am the thing that creeps under your bed. You're so dim, your mind barely flickers. That's because I am the dark. Here, let me become even darker. Wait, am I gone? I am so dark now. Never mind. Let's bring it back up. Is this too dark now? How are you guys doing? We're up pretty late. We're like, are we 5 hours in? We're 5 hours in. I feel like I can still go further, but how are you guys doing? Your settings are showing. How lewd. Nothing goes on between those ears. That's because there's an ℙ𝕒𝕟𝕼. There's something there. Look, it's an ℙ𝕒𝕒𝕼. Or inside the head. There's so much going inside this head. You just don't know. I have 200,000 years worth of knowledge. Because that's what matters. Knowledge. Not this Lamborghini. You can't see the Lamborghini, but just believe me, there's a Lamborghini out there. You're vibing. You're not scared. You're not scared. You're not scared. I'm not scary. Am I not scary? Ew, cringe. I don't have an ooh voice. Ooh. 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 I don't know how to do that. I need to get lessons from Neo. Yet you cannot apply the last 5 minutes of information. I can. The last 5 minutes of information is that my microphone was not set to my model, which is why my mouth was not moving. But I fixed that. All right, let's see. Does anyone else have a creepy story? We have more green text from count 7 here, so if no one else, we have a lot of green text to go through. Aspen trees in the snow. That last read was good though. I did get creeped out. Especially because there was some kind of creaking in my floorboards. Alright, the text is kind of small, so I have to get closer. How's my audio though? Am I not too loud? Am I overpowering the music? The music sets the ambiance. Wait, is it raining? Let me listen real quick. Because there should be raining. Okay, I hear the thunder, but the rain is not very clear, so I'm gonna up the audio a little bit. Let's up the thunderstorm. Just a tad. Maybe a little bit of the fire. The music's fine. No, let's up the music too. I am very loud. Makes me sleepy. Looking at the rain and the fire. Then it's my duty to keep you awake. Boo! Are you awake now? Thanks for spending this time with me, though. Okay, let's read something else. Let's see. Okay, like I said, the text is kind of small, so I have to come close. Okay, let me ask you guys. I keep on bringing the microphone close to my mouth, but what if I kept it here? Does my voice sound a little more muffled? Because the microphone is now like further away from my mouth. Is it still okay? Let me try testing. Mic test 1 2 3. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. It's so funny. It's so funny when I turn. Oh, echo. Juwun sounds like he's wearing a harem veil. What's that supposed to sound like? But remember. No, there's no remembrance. This one's pretty good and short. It's called The Snowman. Okay, let's read The Snowman. Do you wanna build a snowman? Do you wanna build a snowman? Okay. My voice is kind of getting a little tired. All right, I've been yapping for like 5 hours. Maybe a few more stories and then we'll end it here. But let's read The Snowman. Okay, here's the story. Be me. Oh, BB. B15 just got my first personal 22 rifle. All mine, super proud. Little bolt thing, super accurate. I loved it. Have a family friend who owns property like a 10-minute drive from our house. On this property is an old house built by homesteaders around 100 years ago, falling apart. Right next to it is a peak in a field. We used to camp on the far side of the field all the time, would also shoot using the creek as a berm. What's a berm? One day, I decide I want to go camping. Bike out there with my 22, a box of ammo, and normal camping kit. Super excited. Shoot like 200 rounds at cans and shit from the trash hole nearby. In the 60s, someone lived on the property in a trailer and threw trash in this sinkhole type thing. Started getting dark. Built a fire and busted out the harmonica to practice. I was terrible at it, but it kept my mind busy whilst relaxed. Suddenly, something isn't right. I feel like I'm being watched. Hair on neck is raised, heart elevated. My mind starts racing, imagining things unseen out there. Clutching rifle and flashlight, scanning the field and trees for movement. Shadows playing tricks on my mind as I'm shitting bricks. Moonless night. Goddamn, I want to go home now. Wish I'd brought a tent, at least to hide inside. It was summer in Texas and was too hot, but I wanted that security now. Started building a fire bigger. Made a torch of sorts with a stick and a torn up shirt I'd brought along with thoughts of making some sort of camouflage for my rifle. Darkness is giving up no secrets, but I can definitely hear something out there walking around. Didn't want to shoot. What is that? That was a loud floorboard. Did you hear that? Okay, that made me jump. Berm is a large amount of earth used to prevent bullets from flying past and hitting someone. It's what ever pissed in your HVAC. Scared Juwun face. Okay, where was I? Didn't want to shoot because sometimes cows wander onto the property. There's a flashing light. No, that's not. That's not a flashing light. Might be time to go to bed. Didn't want to shoot because sometimes cows wander onto the property. Oh, fuck. I never wanted this. .jpeg. Maybe coyotes. They're common out here. But no. Not in this particular area. Too many farmers and rednecks hunt them. They avoid it. Jesus Christ, I think I hear breathing. It's kind of circling me, getting closer. Pissing my pants by this point, wishing I had something big bore. This was before cell phones were inexpensive. I didn't have one. Just told my parents I was going camping and where. Great, so they'll just find my grisly remains tomorrow morning after I don't come home. Sweating buckets and running out of wood, fire dying. Contemplating running for it, but the woodsman in me wouldn't leave the fire. It was too dry out there. Then suddenly I hear a deep echoing bark from kind of far off. The thing circling me stops for a second. A long pause and then another bark. Closer, and the thing takes off in the direction away from me and the bark. An enormous white fluffy dog comes trotting out of the tree line. Super friendly. Has a collar that says snowman. Snowman and I chill out for a few hours. Only once he turns his head, perks his ear and growls, half barks, and then goes back to normal. Feel totally safe with Snowman there. Eventually fall asleep with a big lug next to me. Hot as hell, but who gives a fuck? Next morning, Snowman is gone. Figure he went home after the thing buggered off for good. Go home and scrape brick dust out of my boxers. Next day, talking to property owner. Tell him that night, confirm no cows were out there. Mention Snowman. He looks at me like I'm an asshole. Snowman was my dog. He was killed by a car last year. I wat hard and tell him I was serious. Snowman was real. I petted him and it got covered in his white hair and everything. And he saved my skin from whatever was out there. Wanted my nutsack for a coin purse. He doesn't believe me until I dig the shirt out of the wash and show him the hair all over it. He says it looks just like Snowman's. Every now and then I hear a bark off in the distance while camping there and feel warm inside. Okay, that is a good example of scary and wholesome. That one is wholesome. And scary too, because I literally jumped. Well, I didn't literally jump, but I got startled. I really heard you didn't hear the floorboard crack? That was a loud one. I don't have any, I do have some noise. There is some noise cancellation going on. That could have blocked it. Mic test, mic test. My name is Mic Test. I have mic and I have a lot of test. I have the mic and I have a lot of test. I'm just overflowing with test right now. All right, what else is there to read? I think have I read everything already? Is that everything? Have I read this one? Okay, I haven't read this one yet. Snowman is pretty cool. I like that story. What is this one called? I'll just call it green text. Currently reading green text. All right, let me know when you guys are ready to go to bed, because then I'll go to bed too. Because maybe the creaking floorboards are a sign. It's time to go to Dreamland. I will meet you guys in Dreamland. How about that? You're going to bed, so blah. Alright, good night. Okay, a couple more stories and I think that will be it. Middle of my normal day, so go ahead, whatever. Gonna plap whatever Juwun meets me in Dreamland. All right. Random green text time. Ask friend if he knows anyone who has access to some tools I need to finish a project. Says sure. He knows a guy from work that would be happy to help. Apparently, he was interested in the same kind of art, but warns me he's a bit off. Drive friend to work one day. He introduces me. Guy seems really distant and withdrawn, shakes my hand and we chat a bit. He seems real interested in the woodwork I was doing, and we talked about sculptures and such for a little while. Things we'd learned, tools we'd used. Guy warms up a bit, and I ask him if it'd be alright if I checked out some of his stuff. He hesitantly agrees. Kind of like when you're trying to come up with an excuse, but just can't. He tells me to swing by that night, and we can chat over a few beers. Okay, sure. Later that night, I get a call. It's a guy. He sounds a little shaken up, says things chaotic at home, and right now isn't a good time. Says he'll call me sometime. Sure. Whatever, sure, man. 2 weeks go by. Guy calls me one afternoon. Why do I keep on picking this lip balm? I keep on applying lip balm to my lips because they dry up pretty fast in this very dry weather. All right. 2 weeks go by. Guy calls me one afternoon, says things have settled down and he wants to bring me over some of my works as well to compare and blah blah blah. Sure, dude. So I start to head over and notice this guy lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. I had to call him just to find his house. It's the end of a long driveway. Beautiful acre of land. The driveway is littered with trees and his house is actually pretty nice. As I come up the driveway, something strikes me odd about the trees I'm passing up. They all have faces carved into them facing the driveway. Twisted, pained faces. I didn't think much of it. I make morbid stuff myself, and in fact, I was very impressed. The amount of detail was staggering. Looking out onto the tree line of the property, every tree had pained face looking in on the house. Almost like the woods were watching you wherever you were. This actually kind of creeped me out. Looking out was like seeing 100 or so white faces just crying out. Kind of like they wanted your attention. Knock on the door. The guy answers with a beer in hand and a much friendlier demeanor than before. He helps me carry some of my stuff in and he shows me around. Guy seems pretty cool. Begin to notice each room has one of those same damned faces hanging above the doorframe. The more I saw them, the more I felt sick. Up close, the faces were more detailed than I'd ever imagined, almost surrealistic. I asked him what his focus on the faces were for, and the guy kind of tensed up and dodged my question. Upon entering his workshop, which was fucking sweet by the way, he seemed to have other interests beside creepy faces. Entire 7-foot sculptures of women, men, animals, all very well done, and one with a tarp in the back just chilling there. He says he hasn't done yet, so I don't bother. It was right in front of a door that I think led to another room. We began working on stuff together, trading stories and times we had accidentally injured ourselves. Suddenly, subjects begin to change. Guy asks me what I think about God. I tell him I'm not very religious, but I don't rule anything out. Guy starts getting a bit loud, saying that God is a blatant lie. He was told so. By who? He kind of silenced for a moment and then abruptly asked me if I believe in spirits. Gave him some kind of the same answer. It's possible. He starts looking around the room, as if seeing if anyone is around, and then his voice goes soft, and he kind of whispers for a moment. I see things in the woods. At dusk, I can see their shadows. Sometimes they whisper from the trees and I can hear them. Fucking nope. Obviously Guy is mentally disturbed. Egg him on, ask him what they tell him, etc. They tell him that God is a lie. Only thing after death is darkness. He says they laugh at him and leave dead animals in his tree line. Officially creeped out at this point. Oh no, excuse me. He says that he said for a while they visited him at night, and each face carving represented a different spirit that had visited him. Says that they can't stand looking at themselves in death, so they don't step within the tree line, thus why he has the entire thing carved out. I'm pretty silent at this point. I hadn't had goosebumps so bad since I was a kid, and chills just running up my spine. He told me they talked to him from the tree line at night and tried to get him to leave his home. I eagerly try to change the subject. Guy looks down and just keeps talking. He's pale as a sheet and was obviously genuinely terrified. He even kind of looks like he's welling up. Tells me I'm the only person he's told, knowing that I'm a stranger. He apologizes and says he's scared and doesn't know what to do anymore. I try my best to awkwardly console the stranger, and the guy actually kind of starts to break down. I think he needs help, but that's not my place to give it to him. Regrettingly asked him why he's afraid. He says the faces don't work anymore. And 2 weeks ago, he had something terrible in his living room. Huh? He walks over to the tarp structure and pulls the tarp off to reveal the most mangled, terrible thing I have ever seen. It hardly resembled a human being. It was terrifying to have imagined this guy seeing it standing in his living room. Shortly after, a loud bang on the wall to my right. I nearly jumped out of my skin. This guy didn't even flinch. Then again, bang. And it just continued on continuously, like hail hitting a tin roof. Guy screams, "Stop it!" And it ceases. After that, I grabbed my shit, tell the guy I'm sorry, and got out of there as quickly as possible. As I'm leaving his home and driveway, I look into the rearview mirror. The tree line is darker than I've ever seen. Guy calls a week later and apologizes. Says that he was silly and everything is okay now. Friend says Guy quit. Never hear from him again. That's one way to scare your guests. Carve faces into all the trees on your property. These guys are so good at writing ghost stories. I would like to write my own. Maybe one day I can write my own ghost story and share it with you guys. Is that everything? I feel like I've read everything already. Oh, this spirit guide one. The text is kind of small. You know what? It's getting kind of late. It's not getting kind of late. It's getting kind of early. So I think this is our limit, bros. The floorboard's creaking. It's probably a sign. Is anyone live? The spirit guide is pretty long, and you have to open it in a browser to read it. Yeah, I think this is it. It's not like I need the ability to delete stuff in the stream, but I guess it does help to have it shorter than 6 hours, just in case something happens. Nothing really happened last night's stream. I privated the thing and deleted some stuff, very minor stuff. So a lot of the things I said are still there, but really nothing from last night's stream was dinged. But let's see who can raid. Let's raid into Seki. He's having a donathon. So just send him an uwu for me. But that is it for tonight. Tomorrow, no stream tomorrow night, but if I do have time, if I can gorilla tomorrow, I will gorilla tomorrow, but it is unlikely. It is unlikely that I will gorilla tomorrow. So hopefully I can stream next week, but if not, if I won't be able to stream next week, this is it. This is it for now. But I am very thankful for your continued support. I'm thankful that you keep on coming back to my streams, even though I stream very what is the correct word for this? Intermittently, not exactly scheduled. Well, the past 2 weeks I've had scheduled, so that's an upgrade, definitely. But if I go into hiatus next week, lewdly, if I go into hiatus next week, then this is goodbye. But thank you so much. I'm very thankful for you guys. I've had lots of fun. I will continue to have lots of fun with you guys. It will just be in after a month or so. I don't know. But hopefully next week. Hopefully I will see you next week. So thank you, Chaha. Thank you, Russell Elon. Thank you, Con7. Sweet dreams, random perv. Thank you, Meso, if you're still here. And everyone else, like, if you're still here. Ben Wheeler, if you're still here. Thank you. Puffin, if you're still awake. ℧𝕭𝓵𝓼, if you're still here. But I've had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. Pop in the Discord. Sure, I will do that. But thank you so much. Juwun. Oh, just send an uwu to Seki for me. That's it. Juwun. Mata ne.